Good morning, team. Today is August 28th, 2025. Welcome to Blue Sky's live day trading stream. We've got some great sales going on right now. We've got our launch plans on sale for $49, $69, as well as our direct to funded on sale for 20% off. That's right, family. 20% off. If you're looking for a way to change your life, then today is the first day of that new journey. So join us on Blue Sky, get those new accounts, drop in our Discord or in chat, and let us hear all those great questions because myself and the rest of my team are here at your disposal to help you become the very best trader you can. Market's going to open up here in about 5 minutes. So good luck on your trading day. Good luck in the market as always. And I'll be dropping in our Discord link. So if you guys want to jump into Discord, ask some questions, and get that full knowledge that everything that Blue Sky has to offer, then jump in and meet the rest of your trading team because we can't wait to meet you. As a matter of fact, we've got a great trading class that goes on every Thursday from Coach Matt. That's right. After market close every Thursday, we have a great informative class that happens every week. So make sure you stop in, check that out because that is a free offering from us here at Blue Sky. All right. Well, we're approaching the bell. Let's jump in the Discord. Let's talk to all the team. Let them know we're ready to start. Take a look at the overnight market and see what kind of opportunities we can identify for ourselves in the market. Good morning, team. How's everybody doing? All time highs today? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Oh, man. I was hoping Steve's window would have stayed on. Can you guys hear me all right? All right, fantastic. And don't forget, guys, you all can catch us on YouTube as well. Man, talk about some boring price action after earnings, right? We had that earnings report and kind of lackluster, you know. NQ wicked down to 23,440, like pretty nastily, and then wicked back up, and then we just kind of like consolidated at the low after we opened, and then we just came back up to like like almost our New York high. Our New York high puttered out at what 23,652. We've been tackling that here going into the open. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. I'm ready for it though. I hope you guys are. I keep my eyes open, see what we can find. You know what? Let me take a look at gold. Why does this all look like that? Gold sitting at 3,462. Actually, just a solid grind all night to the upside. Looks like gold has made. Got a little bit of a rejection. Got 1 minute until the market opens. Good morning, Tiffany. Just listening to lunch. Just listening until lunch. Got 10 seconds. Might catch a nice move on gold. 64 million buy side on Nasdaq. Max 7 is south side, 9 million. Interesting. Crude oil consolidating, not making any real move. Tesla's exploding. Yeah, market is starting to rip. So today is the first day that the I guess we're putting our ledgers now on crypto for publishing the economic data. Man, look at that rip. Market is just exploding to the upside. NQ at 23,727. Uh, Talk about an explosive opening, right? NQ sitting at 23,720 here at the open. Beautiful push. Yes, sitting at 6,506 right now. Yes. NQ approaching a resistance level at 23,765 or a few points away from that. Market kind of stalled out here. Market's starting to just putter out here. Nasty rejection. Is running out of steam now. Market pushing back down. Bears settling in. A nasty rejection on the NQ at 23,742. Hey, LX, how you doing? Good to see you. I hear you. Are these all-time highs? Looks like a massive head and shoulders on the 4 hour. That being okay, let's take a look at the 4 hour. Take a look at the 4 hour. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're talking about, Alex. I see what you're talking about. Let's switch charts up. You can kind of see what I'm talking about here. Yeah, I guess you would be talking about this shoulder, this head, and maybe the that possibly making the next one. Might possibly be what you're talking about. You might be right on that. You might be right on that. Good eye. We'll just keep that in our we'll keep that in the back burner the rest of the day that we've got that kind of forming. We'll take a look at that towards the end of the day. We'll see how it plays out because obviously if that's going to form, it's going to take a little longer for that to form because of it being on that higher time frame. Little troubling pattern to identify though. Hey, good morning, General. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. I'm not sure yet. I'm still looking right now. The market started off pretty jumpity, so we've got a little bit of data dropping here in a little bit, don't we? Got pending home sales. Nice. You shorted that pop? You made good money on that? Good morning, Nacho. Yeah, we got a few auctions. Mm, I think it'll be more. uh, I want to see a pullback. I want to see a pullback and then the launch. Although like QQQ is at a support level right now at 575. We're only 9 minutes into the bell, so it's a little early for me.
Morning, Riz. How's it
Hey, good
going?
morning. You going good? How about yourself?
Going good. I'm excited to be in this room next week. Just have to figure all of that stuff out by tomorrow. I don't know if the chat knows this, but I'm running a poll right now in futures chat. I am going to be buying an account tomorrow, maybe two. and then I'm gonna trade those that live in here right at the open every day next week. I know that's about the time where Riz is typically analyzing stuff. So we'll be in here together. We can talk through what we're seeing. Super excited for that. How about you, Riz?
Yeah, that sounds super exciting. I heard you mentioning that yesterday, so sounds like a plan. Let's see what we could do. Let's see if we can get you passed and funded.
Sounds great. Yeah. No, my last account was at 300K. So I am gonna try one of these other accounts. I know they have like a little bit lower drawdown. I keep really wide stops and have a 40% win rate. So, I mean, I do experience some periods of drawdown. That's very typical. But when I'm right big.
Nice.
Yeah. So I mean, that's gonna happen next week. What are you seeing today?
Overall, just you know, with earnings reports from last night, a little lackluster. The market pumped up based off that news, kind of puttered out right now. I anticipate us probably pulling in some on the market overall. Maybe coming into yesterday's orb down to 23,569. Maybe we could get a nice entry there for a long position. But I'm thinking the market is bullish today. It looks bullish to us, or to me at least.
Yeah, I mean, after that rocket up, I don't see why I wouldn't be. Now, when you say orb, is that the opening range box?
It's an opening range break.
Break.
So
Oh, okay. And
yeah,
then
so
you'd look for a retest of that, correct?
yes, so like right now I've got these guys right here, and you can see the label on my volumetric chart. So we're looking for the break of the top or the bottom of this candle. So just a simple strategy that any trader can implement on a daily. So all you're doing is waiting for the first 15-minute candle to develop. Once it completes, then we're just basically waiting for price to break in either direction. Once it breaks, then you're gonna just go use a lower time frame for a prior candle as your stop, and then you'll just kind of trail price as it expands in the direction that you hopefully are in the right direction trading. But more often than not, it's a fairly good strategy to use. Sometimes I'll add in the 30-minute just because we consolidate too much inside the 15-minute, or we don't make a good enough expansion. So, it's just like that sometimes.
15 and 30 minute. That's bold. I mean, for all of the opening range trades I've ever done, I've looked at the 1 minute or the 5 minute, because I feel like that's when you get the most explosive move. But I mean, 15 minute, I feel like things will have settled down a little bit. You won't get as many whipsaws.
Well,
Do you find that
trading
they typically
trading
do well?
trading the 1 minute at the open is very difficult. Since the open isn't since it's just the US markets open, it's not the full market open. It's not like if you can trade an opening range break unless you're unless you're looking at regular time frames and you're basing it off of like QQQ or the spider. So if you were using those opening range breaks for the Nasdaq, then maybe you might have that advantage. You could kind of tilt it that way, but I feel that at the 15-minute, you you get out of a lot of that wickiness at the opening. There's a lot of uncertainty at the open, and you'll have a higher likelihood of getting stopped out at the very open. You know, and really what we're looking for is just 1 to 2 trades on the day at the open, and just a decent size margin. So if you got enough of a lot size on it, and you get 10 to 15 points, that's all you really need for the day. You know,
Mhm.
just
Yeah,
different styles of
I mean,
trading. Depends on how aggressive
there's
you want to be. It sounds like you like to be very aggressive at the open, though.
I do. I'm very like I want to. get my entries in and then just let them run. Especially because if let's say I get into my preferred size is 3 contracts, which if I if I get a 200K, I'm not going to be able to do that. Um, and once I get into full size, I want to take 2 of those off and leave a runner, and I want to do that within the first like 10 to 15 minutes of the day. Um, if we're gonna have if it ends up being a trend day, then I want to catch as much of that as possible. If it ends up being, a range day, I'll set like I'll trail accordingly and get out by like 10, 15 is about the latest like I'll typically trade, just because I mean I do have a full-time job here.
Yeah,
Um and I have to go do marketing stuff. But yeah, it looks
gotcha.
like we're getting that return now to this is I'm seeing VWAP on my 100 tick, but also it's the is this your opening range break that we're coming back and retesting now?
So like right now we're sitting right in the middle of my opening range break. So we're just in the middle of it right at this point. So price is still trying to decide,
Yeah.
which direction. But we usually get like this premature push in one direction at the open, and then about 15 minutes into it we'll get that pullback, and then we'll settle off at either a a high or a low, and that's about the time I start looking for my entry. So I don't start looking for my entry for another hour or so, because that's usually the pivot that happens. So like in another hour, the next that first pivot happens, and then you'll just start getting that natural trend, for the day in one direction. Well, we hope we get a general trend in one direction. Otherwise, it'll just range, like you said, the rest of the day. But that trade's enough to grab us some pretty good points.
For sure. See, like I like looking at the 100 tick for clues, and like on the 100 tick we came back, we kissed VWAP at 665. And it looks like I mean, as long as we don't make another lower low now below 665, 662ish, I don't see why this move wouldn't continue up to like the 820s. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just how I trade. But like, if we break below 665, then we're gonna fall back into that big range that we were in, and maybe like rotate all the way back down to like maybe even the 500s, 400s.
mm,
That could be dangerous. So let's see. Confirmation for me would be above 700 for continuation, but it's looking a little heavy. Where would you get in?
I won't get in here because it's not the time and place. It's just not the
Okay.
way I trade, like you said. You know,
Yeah, no, like what would you look for?
we'd have to hit the low. We'd have to hit a low, but it's just not the right time. It's just not the right time. There's no real way for me to know when the market's gonna find that exact low. So
Yeah,
the
I mean,
best,
obviously you need
so
to
the best,
go on.
so the best tool that I have in my arsenal is time, because it's the same people at the same place every day. So I base it off of time, because I'm gonna look for a specific pivot on the market. Let me see if I can get this chart up. And 200. This is the wrong side of the chart. There we go. This one up. Let's get the trading view chart up. So like right here, you can kind of see what I've already done. So like this is me charting out QQQ. So I already know that in the last, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 days, I just haven't done the last few days. The market pivots at this specific time: 9:55, 9:30, 10:10, 11:10. That's the time. I'm not making it up. I'm not lying. It is documented that if you go into the chart And if you look, there's a pivot that happens at that exact time of day. So my time of day for me to look for the trade, and this is not just this week. It's actually been longer than that. I've been doing this for months, but that's the specific time of day I look for my pivot. And then if you look right here, there's a big note right there that says look for the pivot, look for the 9:30 pivot before you enter. And that is a specific time that my rule. I will not take a trade before then in the New York Open because I find that my one and done trade, the best one and done trade for me comes after this point in time. But the problem for me is that I don't know necessarily how far sellers will sell us. So you can see here there's some faint gray lines here. These are different areas of support on the 4 hour. So I look for a 4 hour support to develop at around this time. So as we start approaching the 9:30 mark, I start seeing where the candles are on this chart. So like say for instance, let's just say at 9:30 we're right here. There's a candle right here, right? So automatically I historically I know this is where I would like to take my trade. This is where I would like to take my entry. I'm already at a prior 4 hour support. I'll have to go back here. I know where my stop would be. My stop would be at 568. Well, it'd be further below. So it'd be a little bit below it. And I know that I would be taking this to this next support or resistance line. Now, that gives me a decent enough of an advantage that I can scalp the move. Now, the next question for me becomes how does the candle approach that? Because it's all about strength, volume, and how much the market has behind it, how much fuel it has, because you need fire and you need a catalyst to continue moving the market. Otherwise, the market will always consolidate. So as you're doing this, that's really what I start to look at is my candles are volume weighted candles. So the candle signifies how much volume is in the candle. So if I see that, like, say for instance, oh, that's not what I wanted. So if I see that, like, from this kind of candle, I get into some kind of candle like this, I know that there's not a lot of volume in it. I know that the bears have already gotten out of the way. They've taken what they can out of it. So then I'll wait for the next candle to see how it develops. And if I start getting some fat green candle, it's on like Donkey Kong, you know. So that's just what I have found that has offered me the best risk to reward. Unfortunately for me, I don't trade a whole lot. I only take a handful of trades during the day. So, that's just kind of my style is that, I take an average about 4 to 5 trades a day and that's it. If I can't nail it in 4 to 5 trades, I need to stop before I dig a hole I can't get myself out of.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's a good number. I mean, like I said, everyone has their own styles. Also, just take a look at this. We did break below that 665, like I mentioned, and ended up coming down into those 500s. Um, Unfortunately, it was a little heavier than it was looking like. So we are we're selling off. We're at a looks like we just passed a Fibonacci target as well. If we push down more, we might go all the way to the gap at 540s, or maybe even like down to a 530 next. What are you seeing on this move, this push down?
You're at a support right now on QQQ. You got like 2 points. You'll catch the 200 EMA on that on QQQ. So I mean, just a
You mean like a
pullback. Well, you usually get
okay,
this
yeah,
because you
I
gotta
could
accumulate money in the market. The market's gotta eat someone, so to speak. It's gotta kind of feast on something, So money, the sellers that went long at the top, it's got to eat those guys up because that's the money that's needed for it to naturally progress up. But you always get that fake out in the morning, more often
yeah.
than not. You know, you got guys that try to get real aggressive at the morning. Oh, the market is strong. Nvidia ripped the market. They're all trigger happy. They're loaded. They're loaded with money. They're loaded with money because their money just cash settled overnight. So they're all excited sitting at their desk with their finger on the mouse. They're just itching to buy that thing when it takes off. And what do? They go long at the top. The market pulls back nasty aggressively. They exit out of the position thinking that the market is gonna sell off. The market's dumping. Oh my God, I gotta go short. Then you get that emotion that they start selling it, right? Then the market starts to pull back at a support right away because we're right at the open. And then what do they start to do? They start to panic sell. They close their positions out of the sell, and you get that yo-yo action right out the bell. You get that aggressive push up, you get the yo-yo down, and then you get that suck action that it just boom, and it just whoops right up on you, and then you're like, oh my God, what just happened? We were just at a high, we were just at a low, and you're already down half your port just on those two trades. That's the scary part that happens. I don't like to trade the morning. I like to catch it. I like to catch a trend trade. I'm a trend trader. But the problem with the trend trader is it takes us it takes us a long time to kind of identify the trend and understand it. It takes a long time. Scalping is much easier because you're on such a low time frame. It's just like, Coach Matt. Coach Matt is a trend trader. Yeah, that's exactly what he is. And even Mike. Mike truly is a trend trader. That's why he's able to come in on those days that the market pivots because he studies that. He studies that, every single day, all day, because that's his coup de grace. He just needs one or two trades. But like if you're trying to go with the daily, it is a lot more work, and you're gonna get whipsawed, and it's more risk. It's more risk in my opinion. But going back to what my point was, is that I find that if you wait and you have patience, you can catch the best fish in this market. If you have patience and you wait till that kind of that sweet spot, like I say, just study it. That 9:30 to 10:30 mark, it's a sweet spot. You could almost find that pivot. If you're trading options, what are you looking for? You're looking for a discounted price to buy the market in. You don't want to overpay for anything. That's not what we're here for. We're here to buy low and sell high. So that's kind of like my rationale on how that works. And if you catch that pivot, that's the pivot you're looking for specifically. You're looking for where the market starts to expand and you can start to trail your position. And that is kind of when it happens. It doesn't normally happen out the go. If it were to happen out the go, you need a catalyst. You need something from the Mag 7 or the Fed or the president to basically give you the fuel for that type of move. It's just like when Trump had came out that he won the election. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you remember that Monday night. The market just catapulted. It just flew. That's the fuel for that kind of move. You got to have some kind of market moving event that they're gonna buy. They're not gonna care. They're just gonna buy. Otherwise, you'll always have that uncertainty, and the uncertainty translates into pullbacks, in my opinion.
I totally get that. Now, I mean, just taking a look at what's happening in the market right now, it looks like, yeah, we did consolidate a little bit at near the midpoint of the overnight into morning move, like the day's range, and we pushed below that Fibonacci target. Yeah. What are you seeing right now? You said that QQQ was at support, but we definitely broke through that support. I was seeing on Nasdaq some support at 592, but it looks like we've gotten through it. And now let's see, we're struggling a little bit at this 580s. Do you think we're gonna go back down to like close that gap, the 542, um, to 520 area, or you think this support will hold?
You're seeing a gap on Nasdaq.
Yeah, yeah. But what I mean is, to close the session gap. I've found that the Nasdaq likes to go back and tag settlement um the the next morning before continuing a move.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for the gap. I'm looking at QQQ and I'm trying to look for the gap that you're talking about. What was the level in it?
I'm just talking about the 6 p.m. open. The level was 542, but it looks like we just had news. Saw a little spike in volatility from that. I'm seeing a couple higher highs on the um what is this, 100 tick? Maybe we start to see some continuation if we can push
Ah, that's
above
right.
these
You're on a tick chart. That's
620. Yeah, I trade tick charts. I don't I like to take time out of the equation. Or do we push below 565 and just keep dumping? You know, there's opportunity everywhere if you look for it. We are stuck in a range, but it's not going to stay here forever. What's the chat saying? Chili sauce. Oh,
talking about Diamond Hands salmon. Looks pretty tasty.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nvidia's dumping right now. QQQ held that
Mm.
support though. Did wick down to the 200 and held it quite nicely though.
I wonder what's going to happen at this 1,000 tick VWAP right above us at 635 ish, or 631. Sorry, I think that's where sort of been struggling.
NQ is retesting that orb low right now, so trying to get back over it on the 15
Yeah,
minute. So trying to
pushing
creep
through
back
30.
into it now.
If we push through 31, get through 36, maybe we see a little momentum push, or is this just a fake out and bull trap to go back down? What do you think?
We're gonna have upside. It's gonna be a green day. It won't be red. Although it is Thursday and we have been making the low of the week on Thursdays, unless they're gonna use 23039 as the low of the week on Wednesday. Traditionally, we used to always make the low of the week on Wednesday, but the last week it was Thursday, and the week before that I think it was as well. Now we're starting to get into that orb low, starting to develop right into it. So kind of what I expected for the morning session.
Now, if we break through that 636 area, 636.25, do you think you'd take a momentum long, or how would you enter?
I'd be waiting just to see how the candle develops. We got to get in. We got, I mean, for me to go long, we technically have to be above 23,741. Like right now,
741. Wow.
see, like right now, you'd only be taking shorts right now. You'd only be going short. You wouldn't be going long because you're below the orb. So you'd be looking for downside. The market is pushing lower for the time being. That's just the way the rule is on the orb. You wouldn't go long until it breaks the top side of it. That gives you
Okay.
more. more confidence on it. So you'd only go, oh, I'm on the wrong chart. Let's see here. Let's switch over. Yeah, so you would only go long once you break this direction here, or right now you would technically be in a short right now, but you would have taken the short right here at the break. You'd be taking that short and you'd just be holding, and then your stop would be at 645 on that trade. So if you wanted that aggressive trade, this would be the trade that you would already be in. You would actually be short on the position right now.
Hmm. Interesting. I don't know. I mean, whenever I see the price hanging out above the midpoint of the day, I find that it likes to gravitate towards the top at some point. But obviously, if it does break below that at 614 right now, then I guess shorts could be on the table. This is it is testing 630 36.
I mean,
That's gonna be.
you just have to remember one thing about the core of the market is that the market only moves in 2% in either direction, either up or down. So if you're looking at Spire QQQ, or if you're looking at some of the other indices, it's not a lot of money. It's like a $2 move in some cases, is what it translates into in some of the tickers that we look at. Like if I look at XSP, it's a $2 move. That's all it'll do. The market won't move more than that. It will not deviate more than that every single day. So what I end up normally doing, that's why my like time for me kind of always kind of makes me feel like, hey, we're always in that range. You want to look for that high or that low, because that's usually where you're going to get where the market will then start to kind of consolidate, because that's what the market's going to do. You get consolidation,
For sure.
most of the most days. You got
Yep.
some slight expansion and then you get the collapse and then the market comes back in. It's just an unfortunate situation that we kind of just deal with on a daily. So, like I said, going back to my time, it just offers you a little bit better. For me, it offers me my edge. That's my edge. It may not be your edge.
Mhm. For sure. It looks like that 636 did play out though. We got a nice 30-point pop as soon as we pushed through it.
Hmm.
And like for a first profit target on that, I'd probably hold it to like the high 70s, like 78, just towards the middle of that congestion. But again, that's just what I would do. I don't know. I'm not even funded.
Yeah, NQ is actually above a 4-hour support at 652. So your next resistance level from this on the 4-hour would be 766. So if you're shooting for an upside target, got about 100 points to the upside. Not bad on the 10-minute though.
Yeah. And this is why I'm not funded. I probably would have had a profit target at 678, and the highest we got was 677. Look at that. I mean, not to say I won't go back for it, but anyway, Riz, it was great spending the morning with you. I'm excited to start doing this more next week. I've got to get back to work.
You got it.
Of
Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it.
course. And for everyone in the chat, please go vote in my poll if you haven't. I'm surprised so many of you want to see me trade at 200K. Hint, hint, vote for a different one. All right, see you guys.
See ya. Have a good day.
Bye.
Market just got really slow here now. 11 minutes after the hour. Did you guys send that hat I want? I haven't seen it yet. General, I have your hat, bro. Where's the sriracha? I have the other chili. Oi, Vietnamese chili sauce. Look it up. You heard me. You heard me, General. You heard me. You get sassy with me. Oh my goodness. Oh, market just getting real slow here. Stalled out there at that 4 hour support level I've got drawn on my chart. I think he would have gotten his profit target. You just have to have that stop. I mean, you're gonna go hard at it at the top, then you just gotta have the he's gonna have the stop and the money in your port to hold it, you know? Because it's gonna pull back if you go at it at the top. I think we should get that move to the top side though now. And maybe we'll just get a slow grind up for the day. Got the blue guy sitting right up there. I think it's supposed to be yes. Yep, that's it. That's it right there. Is that yesterday's orb? That's practically yesterday's orb that we just bounced off of on ES. That's kind of funny. What? Oh man, look at that. Tesla's selling today, huh? I wonder what gold's doing today. Yesterday I had a decent gold trade. It's like gold is still making a nice move this morning, huh? Market just not moving much. Looks like gold wants to go though. Got a nice move here in the morning session. 316 is a prior month high. Sheesh. It's crazy. What's on that? 17 cents. Market's just stalled out. Still holding that 4 hour support quite nicely on NQ though. Holding that 4 hour support. 652 quite nicely. Looks like on the lower time frames we might start making a little bullish flag. Let's see. See if we'll hold this level and just continue a slow grind to the upside. We got any big news today? Not much. Not much. We got there's some light news. A couple of bond auctions for the morning session. So right now you've got natural gas, you got Fed Composite Index, you got Fed Manufacturing Index. Then followed, and then in an hour we've got a 4 and 8 week bond auction. Then we got mortgage rates. So I mean, just regular stuff. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the bond stuff is kind of important, because we'll know if investors want to be more risk on. But I think we know that investors are more risk on. I mean, look at the market. The market is proving to be very resilient, and people are investing. Investors are investing. Are we gonna sell? We're breaking that 4 hour support now. Testing VWAP on the 5. I was looking at the QQQ 572 puts. market's starting to look kind of selly here. We got London Power Hour here in the next 9 minutes. Man, this is slow price action. Tough morning, I'll say that. Not much movement. I'm usually looking for a bullish move, but right now this doesn't look like it's bullish. Did I say power hour? I'm sorry. Uh, no, I'm sorry. I did mean power hour. I do mean power hour, MJ. So right now, in the next 8 minutes, London Power Hour will be starting. So that will be the last hour for the London market to close and exit their positions. Don't forget today is Friday for London. So, oh well, no, they got one more day left. My bad. But yes, it is London Power Hour, so you will see some volatility and some kind of change of character that you can see happen now just because of that. You've got a segment of the market that will be exiting their positions. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Everybody's a little different, what we follow and stuff, but I find that that can kind of give you some insight as to what starts to happen and develop at this time of day. Take a look at the heat map. The heat map is starting to look a little nasty. We're starting to get some red in it, as you can see. More red than yesterday. Yesterday it was a little bit more neutral with green on it, but today, you can see very quite clearly that there is a lot of green on or a lot of red on this chart. So let's see how that translates into the market for us today. Yes, still coasting and chilling at 6,490. 490. Market looking like it wants to sell. Still holding that 4 hour support on NQ at 652. 3 it is 3:23 p.m. here in London. Yep, yep. And y'all's futures market will close in the next hour. That's all I'm saying. It's how I base some of my trade ideas. It's kind of why I look for the pivot at this time. Because you got the folks in the London that they get out, so the market will start to tilt in one direction as they exit. Because they have their own idea of how they want to trade the market. And then you'll see that turn in the U.S. Look, the market wants to break now. Those 721s are green right now. I took them on paper, paper short. Took three cons. I think I picked them up for like 60 cents each. Let's see. I got them for 61 cents. They're sitting at 69 cents. So I'm up 14% right now in that trade. Tesla's like just toileting right now. Looks like we're gonna have some downside action now. We're still holding though, holding that orb low. So I mean, there's still an opportunity. I mean, this market could just pivot and just take off from here. Starting to reach into that time that I usually look for that trade. Kind of why I took that QQQ put. NQ is testing that orb low. 627.75 is that orb low. We got ah, 30 seconds left on this 15-minute candle. Looks like we're going to get our next push down here. Maybe that'll push us down to our 30-minute orb low. We should be at 572 and a quarter. I think we'll see that next push here. Man, what a boring open, right? Uh Antagonizing. I'll tell you what though, when the move comes, it's gonna be explosive. It's gonna be explosive because they're just accumulating. Just accumulating everybody up just to smoke them. I'm gonna go ahead and take an attempt along here. Let's see how much time we got on this. Do the 3 minute. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt along here. See if we get that push. Come on, get up there. Get that push. Tesla's still selling. Struggling at that 4 hour support. Can't seem to get over it on NQ. I'm trying to see if I can pick up some QQQ 576s. I'm trying to get them for 56 cents. Oh man, I can't get a fill on this. You gotta be kidding me. Like it's just slowly inching along. Volume kind of drying up here on the market. Looks like it wants to go though. I've not gotten stopped out on my long position though, thank goodness. I don't know how, but we have not. And I didn't get filled on my call. Oh man, that just got away from me. Calls are at 72 cents now. God bless. Futures trade is almost green now, thank God. Looked like I was gonna take another hit. Yesterday, my futures trades were kind of toilety-ish. Those 576s are 75 cents now. They're up a quarter from my bid. Hmm. And look at that. We're up 500, $610 on that trade. Let's go. Let's see if we can test that orb high. Man, I tell you. Talk about getting missed. Talk about missing the boat. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel my order on those calls now, since no fun for me today. No rejection on NQ. Damn. Tell me how you really feel. Market exploding to the upside. Look at that. We're up $800 on this trade for the morning session. Let's go. Man, wow. Talk about a rip right there. All right, let's put our stop in the money. At least make sure that we are gonna get some money. Yeah, look at that. That's a heck of a trade if I've seen one right there. Become was, talking about my trade. I hope he saw that. That's a solid one right there. That's a juicer right there. One and done. That's what Mike likes to say, right? One and done. Well, look at that move on NQ. Mm. Yeah, I took it based on my pivot time. I took it based on my pivot time, just because of where we were at, time and place and stuff. I know it was in the orb break, but based on my time to trade, I took, yeah, look at that. We're up $1,500 on this trade, boys. Bam. I'm out. See ya. Adam, congrats, bro. Congrats to you. And we're doing it live here every day, guys. Every day. So if you guys are on YouTube, make sure you jump in our Discord, meet me and the rest of my trading friends. my goodness. Market is just exploding now. We're up $1,700 on this trade. Let's go. Yep, I'm trailing my stop now. You guys know me, one and done, Maybe we take two, but that's about it. We needed it. I needed it. I needed a good trade on this account. I know if I'm the go, just a lot of work, brother. A lot of work. A lot of time on the chart. A lot of time on the chart. That's all it is. Not bad with two cons though. Getting close to that orb. I'd like to see us get to it. I'm 99% sure. I ended up taking those 576 calls. With three of those contracts, I'm up $75 right now. So with about $240 of capital, I'm up, I was up $71. QQQ is approaching a resistance level at 575, so needed to get above that. I'm looking for 576 on QQQ. I took three trades between 9:35 and 10:32. One con trades 442, 752, and 862. Congratulations on that. I like that myself. I don't like taking a lot of trades. The less time I'm in the market, the better. You know, it's stressful. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's not romantic or anything trading the market. Now I've said it before. Now it's just a job. It's a job I do to make money. You know, like I'm gonna go swimming. I'm gonna go enjoy a chispa with my wife. I don't want to be trading, looking at a chart. Boring. It's like I'm about ready to get stopped out on this position. All buys. Nice. Don't forget, guys, we got PCE tomorrow, so probably have seen most of the moves you're gonna see for the day. You know, the next The next explosive move probably won't be until the end of the day where people start taking positions into tomorrow for PCE. I'm a little hungry this morning. How many cups of rocket fuel am I on? I think I'm on one. I think I got one cup in me. Not enough. Ryan, I'm already at the casino, bro. I'm already playing slots. What are you talking about, bro? Sorry, man. It's just yes, I am in a trade right now. So I'm in an NQ long. Went long at 23,673. I was on the start of that next 15-minute candle. So once that next candle broke, I went ahead and went long there. So I got my stop. My stop is in the money at 692. My entry was at 643.50. Take profit I'm looking for is 23,789. That should net me $4,640 right there. What is that push now? Any particular reason for that target? Yeah, because that's a level of resistance that I've got on my chart for NQ. Let me. Yeah, it's an area of resistance I have on the chart. So that's just why that's there. Making a nice push on NQ now. Got my next resistance level at 730 on NQ now. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna break out or are we gonna reject? I'm only looking high of the day. Leave a runner is. I don't know. I don't know. Mike's not here today. So I'm waiting for Mike to pop in. If Mike pops in, then you know we're gonna have a trend day. Wow, look at that push. Incredible. What's up, General? How you doing? You doing all right through the day, bro? I'm doing all right in the casino myself. I mean, my hindsight target would be 918 on NQ if we want to do that. We're gonna do that. That's my hindsight target. 3 3 trades and done for the day in the options account. 120 profit, $17 profit, and $198 of profit. Dang, General, almost $400 of profit right there for you today, man. That's a beautiful trade day, bro. Man, you are tearing it up, bro. You were tearing it up, my friend. NQ starting to get a little bit of a resistance here. Same for NQ. I'm gonna go ahead and tighten up my stop on this. I don't want to. I don't want to leave a lot on the table here, so I'm gonna move my stop to 705. That'll guarantee that the trade will put me in with 1,200 of profit. Trying to build up these blue sky sim funded accounts. Caught the nice long at open. Congrats, my friend. Congrats. Yeah, been a slow morning. You know, had a nice rip at the open. Decent little sell off to catch some bears offside, and then now we're back testing intraday highs. Can we make new intraday highs, or will we reject here, turn into a nasty double top, and make all the bears' dreams come true? I think we're gonna have more upside. QQQ is above 570, 571 support. If I'm done before 11, then it's a fast day for me. Hey, you know what? I love being done by 11. I love being done by 11. You know, there's nothing like my favorite thing to do is have a great trade day and by like noon, 1 p.m., be somewhere with my wife enjoying a margarita waiting for my lunch. That's my happy space. Stuffing my fat face and sipping on a cold margarita with my beautiful wife. That's my that's that's what I like to do. It's what I want to do by lunch because that means my toes tapping. I'm making money. Ah, margaritas, huh? I'm Mexican, man. I love me some tequila. Because I mean, don't get me wrong. I like a white Russian, right? I like a white Russian. There ain't nothing wrong with a white Russian, but just sometimes, man, I just don't want that milk. We should do tequila shots on Friday. I mean, I'm fine with that, man. I got like two bottles of Glass Azul here in my liquor cabinet. So we Gucci, man. So you let me know, bro. You let me know, bro. We'll bust it out, man. I just gotta clear that with Mike. Make sure that well, it's time to step up your game, bro. You know, uh what is it? Tres Arcos? Tres Arcos has a really good tequila. Beautiful bottle as well. It's a fraction of the price of Glasser. I got some bougie friends, so they're all about that life. If I show up here with Juarez or something, and they'll have a meltdown. Ooh, just got stopped out. Stopped out for 52. Solid trade, one and done. Bro, the coffee patron is lit when it's super cold. I will do Bailey's and coffee. That is tasty. Mas. Don't dig it till you try it. Whoever drinks tequila with coffee is my lost long brother or sister. It's the same thing with Buzz. I like that. It sounds good. I like a cold brew. Don't get me wrong. I love a cold brew. Ain't nothing wrong with a little cold brew coffee. Mm-mm-mm. Man, what should we do here? Should we be shorting this? Is that what we're gonna do now? Oh my God. That first trade was beautiful. The first trade was beautiful. We did it live here, gang. We did it live. My QQQ call is about to get stopped out as well. Then get stopped out at about what 87 cents a contract. I paid 80 cents a con. So it's hoping to see more continuation, but oh, but that is a liqueur. So you mix that with coffee, like straight up, you just throw that in, and it's like a little tequila flavor coffee. See, I always thought that was um como se llama, that was a cordial, so that the cordials weren't as strong. My friend had the orange one, and it was disgusting. It was not very good at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like some Patron. Patron's tasty. Gotcha. Okay. See, but I want something to mix. See, I want something mixed. Got you on the bows today, Riz. Oh, damn. Look at you, man. Out there on the pole. Man, will you be safe out there? Be safe out there. We appreciate the hard work. Right on. About an hour now from New York lunch. 7 minutes into the top of the hour. NQ now sitting at 23,707. Market's just kind of just slowly grinding to the upside. Got stopped out of my NQ long. Not happy about it. Nah, I'm totally fine with it. Can't complain about $1,200 in the morning session. Let's go. Let's swap charts so you guys can take a look at the trading view chart. I know y'all like these charts. Still haven't tested that orb high again. The orb high is sitting at 743. Decent upside target for us to put realistic. Let's take a look at gold, see what gold is doing. We were talking about it earlier. Looked like gold was going to move, and it is moving. Let me turn on electronic trading hours. Still just kind of consolidating up to the upside. Looks like it might catch a pullback, though, just like in Q. Bro, I don't do heights. You wild. Oh, man, I love heights. I love heights. Don't ask me twice. I'll jump out of a plane any day of the week. I love heights. I don't have a problem with it. Absolutely. Airborne, baby. If you knew me in real life, you'd be like, yeah, yeah, you got 9 lives. Yeah. I used to be fairly, daring when I was younger. Now that I'm older, not so much. These bones are old now. You got to be careful. When you're young, you don't care about breaking stuff, man. As you get older, you're like, man, you don't want to break anything. You jump off something high, you land on your feet, you're like, man, my legs are a little wobbly on that. You're like, man, I need to watch it. Market's stalling. What's crude oil doing? Where did everybody go? Crude oil looks like it might actually catch a bid. What's RTY doing? RTY testing the 200, looking like it wants to sell. What? What's the Dow doing? Same for the Dow. They're actually below the 200. Catching that bid now. Those 576s, I did not get stopped out on. I mean, crazy. I'm up $117 on that trade now. Let's go. Bro, I don't do heights. Feeling it now, 38. You know what? It gets like that, you know? I didn't feel it. I didn't really feel it until like the last like 2 or 3 years. The last 2 or 3 years is when it really, really, really kicked in for me. You know, that's when it really kicked in, and I started feeling it. Before that, I was solid. I heck, I didn't really notice that my gray started to kick in until the last year. I was like, oh man, my hair is heck gray. All right, let's switch charts. Let's get back over to the to the main chart right here. Look at this. We're getting close to that orb high. God bless America. Can you imagine? We would be up a metric ton of money. Man, those 76s are in the money now. Wow. Welcome back, General. Welcome back to the party, my friend. How's everybody doing in Discord today? Y'all doing all right? Y'all ready for the weekend? Yeah, if these go 100%, well, let's go. Let's get it, Pete. The EU is talking about cutting their tariffs. Nice. Man, I tell you, Pete, you're over here taking my you're writing the tail of my some of my call outs. Called the bottom. Sweet. Sweet. Is it helping? I know that I'm not like calling exact stuff out. I know that, at times I'm a little bit vague, but there is a rationale on that. I don't want to sway what you guys see ultimately. I want you guys to trade what you trade. Because if you trade what I trade, by the time you get in and all that stuff, it doesn't work. And I don't want you guys to get blown out, you know? Fantastic, great. Ultimately, that's what it is. A lot of times when I'm trading, I don't necessarily want someone telling me what to do. I just want sometimes them to say what they see on the overall market and to give me a perspective. You know, maybe I don't have time to ask someone, but to be able to hear what they see on the market and then I can draw my own kind of perspective for it. That's ultimately what I really want you guys to take from what I'm on here on stage. I just want to talk about price action and where we're at, some levels, resistance, support, and then you guys be able to make that trade on your own because me helping you and telling you ain't gonna do you nothing. I mean, that's what general and I do all every day. Every day, general and I do the same thing. We we'll kind of wrap in the morning and we'll kind of talk about what levels we see, a general idea of the trend, and then from there, you know, few minutes in, we usually end up dropping in what the other has taken, and most often we're almost always in the same general direction. More often than not, I'm usually already out before he is. But today, look at him. Look at that. Beautiful, man. Fantastic. Look at that candle move on NQ, breaking the orb high, pushing 23,750. Beautiful upside move. Fantastic. God, I wish I hadn't gotten stopped out. Mm-mm-mm. My QQQ calls up 210%. I'm moving my stop on those calls right now. You got to see this, General. You would be enjoying this so much. You should have. Let's go, team. Let's go. There's that beautiful extension to the upside. For options, I'm still in. We're sitting at $1.40 a contract with an 80-cent entry. Visualizing this general is so beautiful, bro. Being able to see it in this manner. Cray cray. Look at this. Check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and switch charts and you can kind of see what I'm talking about here of what I'm doing. You can see it right here. So like right here, I've got QQQ on the right. Got my QQQ chart on the right. I've got my QQQ option that expires the 28th, 576 strike. And here's my stop, and there's my entry right there. Beautiful, right? How easy is that, bro? This is making my day so much nicer. I'm enjoying it so much more. I don't think so. I don't think so. So that's a good catch right there, Pete. I don't think we've had a green August in a minute. Yes, June, you are able to trade options on the trading view screen. So that's actually what you're looking at right here. So like if I wanted to, I just go right here and I click this right here, and there's the options chain right here for me. It's like if I wanted to, this is Weeble. Go back to me managing my trade. Rejecting that orb high. Fairly close to getting stopped out now. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out on this rejection. If I could have a trainer like that, I would still be in it. Yeah, you know what? It is me that you know that was the problem I had. We woo got tongue tied. That is the problem we both have had. Is how do we manage that stop properly? See, I can't visualize it like this over there on Robinhood. Absolutely. You can paper trade it like that too. Tomorrow's it. Shh. You're gonna kill it, bro. You're gonna kill it. I'm digging this though. Tesla's still dumping. Ooh, just got stopped out on that call. Not bad. Not bad though. Got stopped out on profit, so we'll take it. So can we go short on the market now? I got a message from Moonpool that as long as my options do not expire within 15 days, there's no. Yeah, yeah, you should be good. You're golden. I ended up jumping in some 573 QQQ puts. They're like 30. What did I pick them up at? 32 cents. They're sitting at 36 cents now. See if I can catch a sell here into New York lunch. I'll tell you what, General. We get those PDT rules down to 2000. Your toes are going to be tapping. You're going to love it. It'd be game changer. About 6 minutes from the end of London Power Hour team. You probably don't, but I do. What is the benefit? You'll have your cash available to you instantly when you close out your trades. So you'd be able to flip flop and make more money. Although, I mean, it might be more difficult for you because you're working. I can see why they don't want the PDT rules so low, though. Yep. So, like, me taking that long, if, I would have to be above 25K to be able to flip flop. I'd have to have $25,000 in my options account and a margin account. Now, or when the $2,000 PDT rule takes effect, I mean, that's going to just be a game changer. I think you'll like the margin account. I'm going to like it. But when is it going to happen? So they say by late 2025 or early 2026. That'd be beautiful. Oh, there's that sell kicking in now. Man, I'm up 90 bucks on these puts already. Jeez. Man, I'm glad I got stopped out on that. We tapped the orb high, rejected, and came back in quite nicely. Dang, nasty pivot. Fear of that right there. Why I got out of it. I may have left 150 on the table, but I did bank 200. That is exactly why. That's exactly why you want to do that. No, I'm not in the trade anymore. I already got stuff. I've already flipped. I'm short. I'm short QQQ right now. I got seven. I got 573 puts on QQQ. I'm up $70. My NQ long, I got stopped out on for what? You can see it right here. That stopped out for 1,252 of profit. So we Gucci, we green today. We green. Yeah, I'm just looking up the FINRA rules. I'm trying to see if there's something that might say something. Okay, so they changed the rules on September 5th of 2023. There was a PBT rule change. So maybe we'll see something next week. I don't know. Seven 740 for you with the exit. Well, congratulations on that. That was a phenomenal trade. Thank you. Almost testing that low 4 hour support at 23,652. I do say that playing QQQ has movement where XSP does not. I have much more of a chance of getting out of QQQ than XSP. Yeah, remember I had mentioned that yesterday. Is the volume and the liquidity being so much higher offers you a lot better chance of getting out of those trades. I myself have noticed that as that was one reason why I've been practicing on QQQ all week. So most of you guys know already. I've been transitioning platforms myself, so it is cheaper though. Yeah, but you gotta be on it like white on rice to get out because you know the chance of you getting out with money is a little slimmer. Not gonna lie. I mean, I don't mind taking my time and just grinding it out longer. That's one reason why I'm doing this. Nasty consolidation on ES on the 15 minute. I mean, almost like damn barcoding. Disgusting. I mean, we're just like dancing on the EMAs on the 3 minute, just up and down on the 200. It's up and down, up and down. No real, no real direction. Mark again those legs again. It seems like Yep, definitely could. We definitely could. Imagine that, the money we'd be making. Yes, it's starting to test the 200 again. Market is getting really slow now, just consolidating here. Sorry, guys. Look like we're gonna get some price action, get that nice move up, and now going into New York lunch, just puttering out. What do you guys think we'll do in New York lunch? Think it will sell? Oh man, this is terrible. Oh man, come on, do something already. I'm about ready to go get myself a little cup of coffee. Come on. All right, team. Sorry about that. Let the wifey just pop in. Ooh, Ethereum just dumped below 4.5K. Nasty. What else we got going on? Oh man, what kind of interesting stuff coming on today? Web shop is open. All right. Doing some shopping here. I'm not doing no shopping. Really? That's interesting. So, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, and Disney just announced an advertising partnership, including weekly integrations. Kind of interesting. Yeah, exactly, right? Just so you get to work together. Crazy. Oh. No, this is pathetic. Market looks like it wants to sell down. Did I say Sally? Yeah, I did say Sally. Looks Sally. I said Sully. Say I. All in favor, but English. I know we want to go up. It looks like it's twisting down. Man, you've been hanging out with General way too much. Now I know the General is getting some people infected in here with this FOMO. I picked up some 574 puts. All right, team, we're about 5 minutes from New York lunch. I'm going to grab myself a cup of coffee right here. So, be back in just a few minutes. Like I said, I'm going to grab myself a cup of coffee, and then I will be right back. Drop those questions in chat if you got them. All right, sorry about that, team. I am back. Sorry about that. Uh, Pump? Looks like it, my friend. Looks like we're catching a bid here on the market again. Gold's starting to move up as well. Yes, back at 6,502 quite nicely. See if ES can push the intraday high. NQ's got a long way to go, though, but I think it's got the juice in it. Catching that lunchtime move, it looks like. We're going to get that push up now. Mm. About 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. All right, good job, Sly. Good eyes on that. Sly as well is looking for a more upside move on the market. I think it looks like it's getting out of a bearish block here on the lower time frames. Sounds like the Mag 7 is starting to rip. And keep facing some resistance at 718. Can it get above it though? I think we should be able to get above this range here. And this is that range we need to just break above. Oh, look at that candle. That move right there. Let's go. So I got back right in time for this. Starting to get that move now to the upside. Come on. So slow. That slow grind to the upside for New York lunch. We have a rejection here on NQ. 723. Getting buy signals on NQ now. Not doing much of anything, General. Butt cheeks are clenched. Just kind of watching this market here. Yeah, it's just been, testing ranges, testing lows and highs and stuff. Almost like an inside day so far. Not the way we just stalled out here. It's gross. Yeah, they're holding it. I'm hearing that Google making all-time highs, Meta ripping. So Mag 7 starting to make that next upside move. Definitely don't want to short this market.
Love gold. Yeah, probably better than this. Let's go back to gold. I was looking at it earlier, Arkia. Oh, look at that. Gold is moving quite nicely. Much stronger move. He probably is sitting in a golden chair right now. He's probably just laughing, enjoying his gold trade. A beautiful trade. I'm a little jealous, to be honest with you. Could have caught a decent long. NQ testing the orb high. Let's go. Pushing 742. Got about 4 minutes till the bottom of the hour, team. Guess we got a slow grind of a day to the upside today. Oh, there's that push now, finally to the upside on NQ. Can we take out that mark? Oh, look at that. Beautiful push to the upside. Can we get 795 though? I think 795 is my mark that I would love to see us get to. Took most of my profits when ES hit 610, 6510. NQ hit the pendulum swing at 762. Congrats. Sundays, OVA biz. It should have held. Ay, ay, ay. Nasty rejection there. Look at that on NQ. We tapped 765 and got a nasty rejection. That's a 4 hour. You could see that right there. You could see it right here. Just rejected right in this spot right here. Boom. Brought it back down. Nice, Sly. Congrats on that. Definitely. Congrats on that. Starting to get a little slow here in the afternoon now. Rejected off the orb high, 742. All right, Sly, you're done. Fantastic. Interesting. I'm starting to get like buy signals on some of my algos that we can get it catch a like a crazy rip on. 77. Yeah, some of my indicators. I got a range trade system that usually goes off around this time, and it's taking long signals. Well, if it's right, could make a lot of money. Usually mean that you'll get like a pretty insane push here, like in the next few seconds. Usually you end up seeing that in well, I shouldn't say seconds, but then the next like 5 minutes you'll see the candle move like pretty aggressively to the upside. That's if it works. All right, let's see. Getting close to the top of the hour here, team. Come on. Still holding the orb high here at 742. Hmm. Got 15 minutes. Starting to get that slow grind to the upside. Slow grind, though, I'll say that. Slow grind. I don't know why you. Was there something wrong, Sly, that you deleted your message? I don't think anybody said anything to you about it to feel any way about it. Hope your feelings weren't hurt today. All right, we're holding that orb now on AQ. Okay, I will. Hey, thanks for that, Sly. Appreciate your comment, man. Why don't you know what? Why don't you take the day off? Why don't you take the day off? Okay. Well, hopefully you have a better day, man. Hopefully you have a better day. Seems like you've been having some bad days lately. Okay. Wow. Okay. Talk about being thin-skinned, right? Oh, okay. Ethical trading. Get a nice move now. Got our next area of resistance at 765 and a quarter. Still holding that or buy. What's gold doing? Let's go back to the gold chart. Take a gander at it.
Looks like we might be retesting the intraday high on gold. Looks like it's moving a little bit better. Absolutely, MJ. We will be having lab today. So if you guys are new on YouTube, there will be a lab class today with Coach Matt. So don't forget, you guys can catch that here. About 11 minutes till the end of New York lunch. Man, I've got issues. I can max out 2 evals without a hiccup for the day. I switched to my CAS account and I lost my 3 trades in a row. My money don't like to make my money, apparently. You know, the best thing I could say about that is don't take it personal. You know, I've been there countless times at the minute I get my PA, the first trade I take is red. And the second trade I take is red. But the best thing I can say about it is take your time and be patient. I even had times that a friend of mine, Jay Wiz, would say she would take a couple of days. She would take a couple of days. Like her and my friend Tip, they take a few days before they trade a PA. Like they'll pass the eval and they'll take a few days and then they'll take the test. Yeah, or then they'll start taking trades in the funded account. So man, I what I really think it is market cycles, right? Because you're gonna catch those the market structure is just lined up that you're able to pass the eval, but then remember, it's what you do after that shows whether or not you're getting to where you're consistent or not. Because the market's gonna change structure. Like the past few days, we haven't been on this strong bullish trend. We've been more like consolidating and selling. So if you have like a bullish bias like me, you're gonna struggle in days like today or the past week because I struggled. I wasn't making a ton of money. A lot of other people make a lot more money than I was, but it's just because my strategies don't line up that way. And by the time I'm at that next cycle, which is like you guys, you pass the eval. Now you got the next week to try to grow the account or make money in the account. But the market has now changed structurally. It is structurally changed from the structure it was prior. Or like in this case, we had been in weeks of buy, right? We're in weeks of buy cycles. You could almost just buy it any day and you'd make money on the way up. But now we're in that short cycle. So that's what would like kind of happen to me. My best suggestion is that if you can't find it like today, you're struggling, then don't even trade it tomorrow. Wait another day. Push it out one more day. You know, that's why I always say the less time you're at the chart, like after you kind of see what you need to know, and you guys will kind of start realizing that. If you can kind of start taking your own trades and you get to this point that, man, if I had done this trade would have made me more money, if I would have sized in, stuff like that, that's when you're starting to kind of get it. That's when you're at that point that you're getting it. But then you also have to realize is that you're not going to get it every day. And that's the hard part for everybody as a trader, you know, is that how long is enough time to be here? And just like you just said, the first 2 hours of the session, like me, after that, no bueno. That's the way it is for all of us. I think I don't want to be here any more than I have to, you know. And it's challenging for like someone like me because there's a whole lot of you all here in chat. Some people get in late into the afternoon. Some people get here early. Some people get here even before I do.
And then, you got those people that show up later in the day and they're like, hey, well, what's the trade? What's the trade? What's the trade? And it's just like, well, it's already midday. It's like 1, it's 12. The market has already moved. All the only thing we could do now is hope for a pullback at a level that gives you some confidence. Just like Coach Matt says, he's a pattern trader. I'm a pattern trader. I have to see something develop. It just can't be that, oh, well, we're at this line here and oh, there's a resistance here and I'm going to short it. I mean, I could see that looking at this chart right here. I could say, hey, you know what? We're at a prior resistance level. Let's just take the short and see what happens. But it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So you got to kind of see how your time fits in with what the market is giving you. That's one super important part about you owning the market and the market not owning yourself, not owning you, is that you set the rules and the you set the rules and the groundwork for what your trade plan is. If you've got those 2 hours, Aaron, and you like those 2 hours, and that's when you're like, man, you're on fire, bro. Like you're on, like, you could read it, you got time, you can hone in. No one's calling you, you're not getting text messages, you ain't got an email to send, anything like that. That's what you want to do. You want to hone in on that time because that's a time that you know that every single day that you can trade that window. And then you start finding what patterns fall in that window because there's always a pattern. Every block of time throughout the day, there's always a pattern. It's not necessarily a matter of, oh, I need to switch my time. It's just like me. I like trading the latter half of the day, you know, and that's my thing. I sit here all day long, just like you guys. I mean, I could take the trades in the morning session, but I like the afternoon trade. I rather trade differently during the day. So same goes for you. Take your time on it. If you lost today, then don't trade it tomorrow. Wait another day. You've already done the hardest thing, Aaron. Think of that. You've done the hardest part. The part that takes the most time. Because starting over is not there's no, we're not doing that, bro. We are not starting over. We're not taking a step back to take one step forward. No, if we already stepped off wrong, let's pause, let's take a day, let's wait until the following day, let the market finally develop the way it needs to. Don't forget, next week's a short week. We're closed on Monday. I'm gonna be here on Monday. I'm gonna be sipping on a margarita with my wife. It's a holiday. So we got a short week next week. Friday, we're gonna have some profit taking. Take your time, bro. Take your time. If you've taken the first step and you've passed the PA or the eval, cherish and take very good care of that funded account, because you know what, you can't make up time. Full time every time. Toe in the sand. I wish I had some sand right here under my desk. But really, going back and starting all over on an eval is a depressing and it's a tough thing and it stinks. It frankly stinks. None of us want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to go back to another 3 or 4 days of work now just to get back to where I can have an account that I can make money off of. Yep, smells real bad. So you got to do that for yourself. So you got to kind of look at that. Once you've already done that, take your time. What I've been thinking about as of lately was not only just that, but also getting another eval is what I want to do now. See, I've never done that. My friend Jay Wiz, she stacks accounts. Like she'll stack them. She'll pass, she'll pass, she'll pass. I mean, there was one time that she was here with like 20 accounts. Poor thing, because it's a lot to manage. It's a whole lot to manage. But it allows her to do a rotation of her accounts. She's rotating constantly her accounts, going from one to another. And then she's able to attack the market when she sees fit. She gets the risk, the sensation that she's building, where she is. And then when she's ready, she starts tackling all these evals one at a time. It's a great idea. I never thought of it, you know. The most I've ever had was like seven like seven PAs at once that I rotated. But I was with this crummy broker and I had to trade all the time and it was the worst thing ever. You know, working for someone is bad, but then being forced to work for yourself, like forced, is even worse. And knowing that you had to do it. I had like trade days I had to meet, and it was the worst. It was like I was just constantly trading through accounts. I wasted so much mental capital on that. It was one of the times that I can say I really wanted to quit trading because of it. You know, it really made me want to quit trading because of just the amount of time I needed to spend. And now I like it. I take my time, I pick my trades. It ain't a rush. Exactly. I love my job. Aaron, the biggest thing and the most important thing is, and no one's going to tell you this, is it's lasting in the market. People are going to tell you all day long that you're going to make millions and millions of dollars, you're going to change your life and all that. And they ain't wrong. They are not wrong. But they're selling you the oil because that road is long and hard and it's not an overnight success. It's a slow and steady grind. It's a slow and steady grind, but you have to understand, you have to have that grind because then you will not have an appreciation for the money you make. Then you will not understand how to manage a portfolio of that size. You have to win, you have to lose, and you have to understand that it's part of this process that no one will tell you. Because if you can't manage a $2,500 drawdown, how are you supposed to manage a 50 or 100 or $200,000 portfolio? Am I right? You're not. You have to do the work that comes with it. You're going to have to eat it. You're going to have to celebrate it. You're going to have to cry. But that is a part of the process because you're buying time for the windfall. That's all you're doing. You're buying time for it because 9 times out of 10, the trade is going to get stopped out. You're going to get stopped out, hopefully in profit. But you're slowly, steadily gaining base hits to increase your portfolio size. And that at the very beginning is the most important thing. I know I've cried with you, Aaron. I've sat here cried. I've pulled hair out. I mean, I probably still got some of my hair, fallings on my desk where, I've tugged at my hair because I couldn't believe what I did. That I was so close and I just made a stupid mistake and I threw it all down the tubes. And it hurt me. It hurt me. But now I use that as the fear. I hold that as fear. I let that cold chill come over me because it stops me from making a bad mistake. Because we're not gambling. We're taking educated trades based off of technical analysis. I do that all day. You couldn't imagine how many birds I'm throwing through the day. it's I mean, I've had times my wife will walk in here because I don't say anything anymore. I don't huff and puff or anything. One day I remember I was here in my office. I got up from my chair. I was so frustrated. I started stomping on the ground. I was like, ah! I was like, ah! You could probably hear my chancla slapping the ground. I stomped the ground so hard that my left hip hurt. Like I threw my hip out and I was like, oh, my hip. Oh my God, my hip. What did I just do? I was like, oh my God. Yes, classic old man over here. And then it was like, what did I just do to myself? Unbeknownst to myself, without me even trying it. But that is the emotion. That is that sensation that we all endure as traders. And it's difficult. It's hard. It's not simple, you know. Being able to
overcome that, and then just be like, it's okay. It's okay. You just got to move on to the next one. And then it gets better. Uh, it's pretty boring now. It's pretty boring now. I think the guys are talking about us getting on cam, so that's going to be really funny. You know, it's fairly calm now. I don't do it ain't crazy like I used to be, But then again, I've grown up a lot, I've grown up a lot. Trading is funny like that. When I started trading, I kind of think of it as I was a baby, and now I'm kind of middle aged in my trading career. I can't wait till I'm an old man, but I can manage myself a whole lot better. The most important thing is patience, though. If you can nail down just being patient and not forcing the trade, you will be so much happier. You follow those rules, like you just sat there those first 2 hours. Just think of it like that. If you could nail that solid trade in the first 2 hours of the day, then why do you want to be here? Right? There's a lot of it's a beautiful day outside. I'm sure it's beautiful out where you're at, you know. Don't get me wrong, I love my trading friends. Exactly. But I mean, if I got a choice, but that's what I used to do. Like once I started like really kind of realizing that I could do this thing, I started to peel out of my groups that I was in. I started dropping Discord groups. I stopped following people on social media, the Führers. I stopped, looking at signals, and I just started really just kind of doing my own thing. I was like, no, I need to kind of do this, and I found that inner peace, and now, I used to for a while I would just kind of take off from my old trading group. My old trading group's always there, but then I stopped trading with them. I started trading solo, but just on my own. I crank up Spotify. I do the same stuff I do now. I would just turn on Spotify, start looking at the charts, start doing my levels, and I just sit here in patience, just jamming out, sipping on some coffee, just waiting for it, waiting for my time. And I started realizing that it started coming. And then my friends were like, "Hey, where are you at, Riz? Why aren't you with us? Are you still trading?" They would send me like their pictures of their gains and stuff, and I'd be like, "Oh, this is what I got. This is what I did." Or I'd be like, "Oh, I'm already done. I traded yesterday, so I already hit my gains and stuff." And they started to kind of realize that I was, getting to that point. And then I started coming back because then it was like me doing it on my own time. I have an office job, so I trade on a laptop and listen to you in 1 year a lot of the day. If I could leave the office, I would, but I might as well digest more market stuff. Well, I have to be here. Absolutely. I hear you on that. You know what? That's what I used to do. I used to listen to a friend of mine in the morning session because his price analysis, and he would do price action all day. He just talk about price action. He talk about different tickers. He would talk about different markets, and exactly kind of like what I'm talking about now. Psychology, that feeling. We just be vibing all day long talking about it. Oh, thank you, man. I like Joe Rogan. A little crazy. Joe. Ris- Hey, he's in Austin. I'm in San Antonio. But I do like this, being able to, vibe with you guys and just be talking about the market and stuff like that. Maybe one of these days I'll get RQ to pop in VC with me. Maybe he'll want to talk market. I know he's the edgeless trader, but I feel like he's got an edge that he doesn't want to tell us. He's gatekeeping the edge. We're at the top of the hour, team. Rejected the orb high on the 15 minute. And Q sitting under 742 at 727 now. You got VWAP sitting at 23,655, substantially lower than currently where we at. It's been a kind of a slow grind, but mm,
ain't nothing wrong with that, Archie. We all start somewhere, you know? Hmm. Nope. Revenge trading. Revenge trading. Ooh, man. That's a demon right there. It's a you know, having self-control is a tough thing. And you know what the scary thing is? That's really what you're talking about. Revenge trading is self-control, you know. And a lot of people don't want to acknowledge it because they don't want to acknowledge that they don't have self-control. And it's a tough thing. And you'll make excuses for it. You'll make excuses for it. That's the worst thing about it, you know. Revenge trading can make you into a liar. It can make you into a person that you don't want to be. That's it. It's weird. It's like I said, trading trading made me into the best person I have ever been. Like I was good before. I was good at things I would do before, but I never had the focus that I have now from trading. But trading peeled away a lot of my faults and made me look at them because there's no one else. It's not like at a job or owning your business. You can be like, oh, you know, Tom over there was slacking off. He didn't do his job, and that's why we failed. Or you can't shuffle the blame anywhere. You can't say, oh, well, Donald Trump said this, and that's why I lost money. You can't do that. It's all on you. So you really take the burden of all that blame or success. Tiffany, nobody wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to be wrong, but we're not here to be wrong or right. We're not here to be wrong or right. We're here to make money. We're here to make money, 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 money. I'm not here to be right. I don't care if I'm right. I could care less. Like all of you all can be right for all I care. I mean, I could be dead wrong and I don't care about that. I'm here to make money. I want to make some bread. I don't care if you guys think I'm wrong or what I'm saying is baloney or whatever. Do not care about that at all. You can tell me I'm full of baloney all day long. And good. I'm glad you think I'm full of baloney because if I'm getting paid, I'm getting paid. That's why I sit here, and I take my time and I'm looking for quality, not quantity. I don't want to take a lot of trades. I just want to take one or two. That's why if you notice, I'm fine taking my 5-10%. I bat every day with General about that. I hammer at him every day. He is my he- I'm gonna make that guy a good trader if it's the last thing I do. If there's one thing I do every single day right now is I talk to him. I, that's my trade buddy. That's my ride or die. That is my homie. But if he's not successful, then I'm not successful at this point right now. And that's the way you gotta be. You gotta be sitting out there. You gotta be taking those profits, and you just go. Absolutely, all of you guys. I want all of you all to be successful. We're not taking a lot of trades. We're just looking for quality trades, and we manage our risk. You're wrong. You're wrong. Cut it. How big of a hole do you want to be in? I mean, I can make up $100 easy. I mean, losing $100 and making it up is easy, but $1,000 blowing an account. I mean, a lot. We don't have real money in the game. I get that. We got $50 in an eval, but
There's time and $50, man. I could eat some lamb chops for $50. I like lamb chops. I don't want to have to eat ramen because, I'm over here being, you know, not having self-control. Because then I'm not a good business owner, and I want to be a good business owner, and you guys should as well. Tiffany, there's nothing stopping you from getting out of the trade and getting out of the way. The longer you're in a losing trade, the more exposure and risk you have. And the more the market will tell you you're wrong. Because it is so easy to lose money. It's the weirdest thing, right? Have you guys noticed that? How easy it is to lose money? I mean, you can lose money in the market in like a blink of an eye. Like the minute you go in, boom, you're losing money. It's like, what? Why can't I make money that fast? Why is it that I lose money so much faster than I make money in the market? That is all of us inherently psychological because when you look at it, it always feels like that. It always feels like that, you know? That is the uphill battle. But then you know what? That is inherently how the market is built because that's where that tilt comes from. Because you're like, oh, well, I'm down this. Well, maybe if I size in with two more, then I can lower my cost of entry. And then well, now I'm break even, but now I'm also two more cons in the hole. Now I'm four in. Now the burn could be 2x worst. So now instead of me losing, $5 a point, now I'm losing $10 a point. Like, oh my God. Now not only have you dug the hole deeper, now you went to the shed, you put the shovel back, and you got a plow. Now you got something even bigger to make yourself an even bigger hole. Scary, scary, scary. That's what you got to kind of start thinking about. Because now you're not making you're not creating a positive outcome for you're not creating a positive scenario for yourself tomorrow. And this is where thinking about tomorrow becomes invaluable because the actions today will affect you tomorrow. See, Tiffany, you know what your problem is. Everybody here knows what their problem is. We all do. Because none of us are dumb. None of us are dumb here. We're all smart. But we need to understand that. We need to see the fault in our idea. And we need to adapt and overcome and become better over that. Because if you take those smaller gains, you move those stops in, it may turn out to be the crummy day that you don't want it to be. Maybe you make those $50. Maybe, yesterday, I think I made $53 in my volumetric account. Literally made 53 bucks. I didn't even bring it up. I didn't even say anything about it because I don't care. It's $53 I didn't have. I'm up $1,200 today with my single trade. Solid. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. You attack, you take your trade, you get out. You know, I didn't take an options trade today. I didn't find the options trade I wanted to. I took it on paper, but I didn't take it on my real portfolio because it's not there. Do I not want to make money? No, I want to make money. I'm here to make money, but I have to understand that the market's not going to give me what I want every day. The market's not going to give me what I want every day. It's going to give me what I want every so often. The rest of the time, I get lucky and I get some scraps. And that is the bottom line. And you have to understand that. I went to static to stop me from oversizing. I'm putting my auto stop limits on today. Oh, boys and Tiffany, August is green. Hey, good job. Congrats, Pete. Congratulations to you. I find that it's better to just Know you're wrong and pivot from there. Now, once you get out of the trade and you know you're wrong, then the next hurdle comes into be. How do you go from being wrong to now taking the next trade to be right? And that's what you have to focus on. That's what you have to think of right there. Look, I'm wrong. I need to get out of this. We're gonna cut it. Let me clear my head. Take a moment. You know, what I usually will do is I kind of like will look at the chart. I'm like, oh man, I got stopped out on that snap. Okay, so what are we gonna do next? And I'll start kind of looking at my levels and stuff. I'll look and see where we're at relative to where I got stopped out, where I where I lost the trade. Because then it becomes a couple of things are gonna happen to you when you're here. A couple of things are gonna happen to you when you get stopped out, right? You're gonna be like, well, maybe I should be in the opposite direction. Wrong. Maybe maybe I should wait for a further pullback and then re-enter the same trade. Wrong. The right thing you should be doing is zooming out and seeing where you're at. Are you at a support? Are you at a resistance level? What is price doing? Did some type of news drop? You need to analyze what has happened in the market to create the outcome that has happened to your trade. Because remember, we're journaling here. We should be journaling all this because you need to be able to identify why you took the trade, your lot size, time, and three things to improve it. So you need to these do that first before you move on to the next trade, because the next trade you have to have a why. You got to have confluences. You got to have a reason. You sure as heck not going to just flip flop just because you were wrong on the first trade. You're already starting off on the wrong foot. You're already starting off with your next bad trade. You see where we're going here? Do you see? Can you guys hear what is happening here in this instance? You're now stopping your side. You're putting the guardrails on for yourself. You're putting the guardrails on because you're stopping yourself from going right to that next bad trade. Because now you have a process. Now you got to identify why, what, and how to fix that. Now, before you go to the next trade, you also have to figure out the why. So you're stopping yourself. And while you're qualifying that next trade, you're quantifying it. You're now you can say you can validate that next trade. Oh, you know what? I was wrong. The 15-minute is pushing up. The prior 15-minute candle is green. We got a closure above the 200. XYZ. Now you have a trade. Now you have your next trade idea. You are not just jumping back and forth. You are not flip flopping. This is not a hamburger patty that you got to flip it over 2 minutes one side, 2 minutes the other, and it's done. That's not how this works. You got to take your time. It is not a rush. You can make a lot of money really fast, but that's anxiety. That's the market. It makes you want that. It makes you think that. It's supposed to make you feel like that because it wants your money. That's right. I make you jump, jump. Well, I'm sorry, RQ, but you know what? A lot of us struggle with that. A lot of us struggle with it. It's what brings us all here. That's why all of us are here because we're all in the same sensation. I mean, even me myself, I have those moments that I'm just like, hmm, if I had done this, have I done that, you know, all I can say is I'm at a point now that every so often I just tell my wife, man, babe, I bought this contract at like 30 cents. At the end of the day, that thing was $21. She has no idea what that means. She thinks it was $21. She doesn't know it was 2,100. But I gotta tell her because it makes me feel better that I'm just like, not today, but one of these days we'll nail it, honey. because I know I can identify them. That's right, General. General's heard it. General General has heard it from me countless times. I have called out 1,000% trades numerous times in the past, but they're far and few between. They're far and few between. Don't get me wrong, I love that trade. That trade makes me a lot of money, but it comes so infrequently. That that Concorde jet doesn't pick me up but once a millennium, you know? It doesn't come very often for me. So, you know, can I stand on the tarmac in a suit waiting to get picked up every day? No. I take my base hits. I take my little base hits and the port grows. I started learning so I would know. uh, No, I remember you mentioning that, and now you guys are trading shotgun. I love that. I love that. You know, having having someone that you can kind of sit with in the room and bat trade ideas off of, very cool. I wish I could get my wife to do it, but she doesn't want to do it. She doesn't like this. My wife looks at it as gambling. Good thing she does not know what I do in here. My wife considers it gambling. But then again, I gamble all day long. But then again, life is all about gambling, you know? I mean, that's what part of being a business owner is it's all about taking risk. You know, because everybody can tell you that opening up your own business is a risk and it's going to collapse and no one's going to buy your stuff and everybody, you know, people are going to tell you that about anything like that. But the bottom line is this. Teachers can get laid off. Mechanics can get laid off. Construction workers can get laid off. Truck drivers can get laid off. Everybody can get laid off. So at the end of the day, do you want to make someone else money or do you want to make yourself money? I don't know if the IRS report rewards you for risk. I think they tax you for risk. Oh, that's interesting. I've heard of Fibonacci strats for roulette. I've got a pretty good strat that I use on roulette that's pretty rock solid. As a matter of fact, I made what $1,100 what 4 days ago on roulette. I was playing with $100 and $200 on a few numbers. So just two numbers. I just played two numbers. It's technically four, but I can rotate between them. But it's pairs of two. So it's 1 through 18 and 19 through 36 is one set, and then it's odd or even. And look at that nice push on NQ. Can we hit that 761? 765. You know, Sly was talking about 761 yesterday. I think that was on his mark, and we are almost there today. I do. I have this crazy roulette strategy that it's awesome. Can make a lot of money off of it. I've yet to play it in the real life casino, but I'm fairly certain it'll do all right.
I get myself some food. I haven't even ordered lunch for myself. I wish I ate. I'm in. I don't know what I'm in the mood for. I wanted enchiladas yesterday. I didn't get no enchiladas. I'm working it out now. I'm working it out now. Oh, look at that. Tapping that high at 765 now. Wow. Not sure what I'm in the mood for though. So I'm kind of in the mood for some Mexican food today. Rejection at 765 here. Getting buy signals on NQ now. That buy signal I mentioned earlier worked out all right. Wow. It's crazy. Barbacoa, caldo. Barbados. Same difference. I'll take it. Oh, I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now. I'm gonna do some tripa tacos, a little barbacoa. Boom. God, I'm so Mexican. Tommy's would be good. Some puppy tacos would be amazing. It's too far though. It's like a half-hour drive from here. Los Balitos. There we go. Mmm. Lengua tacos are good too. Taco de barbacoa. Boom. There it is. Right. We got barbacoa. Fajita bean and cheese. You know, I like a chicken fajita, even a beef fajita. I make some good fajitas on the grill though. Carnitas. ¿Dónde están las tripas? Taco de tripa. There it is. Medium flour. Booyah. Got there my 3 tacos. Oh my God. All right, there you go. We're getting that push now. Let's go. Exactly, right? That's what I'm talking about. Finally getting it. Finally getting that move up. All right, there we go. 43. Got this right. And all right, let's get some lunch. And it's off. And able to get homemade tortillas without having to make them yourself. And everyone's grandma makes an HEB, right? All right, looks like my food will be here in about 25 minutes. Let's go. Well, it looks like those buy orders on NQ held up real nice now. I found one lady in Ohio that makes tamales, $30 a dozen. Really? That's cool. You know, Nacho, I remember like they had that cow thing going on. You couldn't even get lengua. There's a there's a Mexican restaurant down here called is it Los Robertos? Yeah, Los Robertos. They used to make a fire lengua, man. Their lengua was so freaking good. But then, that whole mad cow thing came on, and then Food price went up so much, they nixed it. They like killed it. They took it out, so yeah, it's not even on their menu anymore. I used to love to go eat it there. I went down in Sabroso. It was so good. Mm. Yeah, tell me about it. I don't know anywhere else down here I can get lengua like that. Well, I guess I could go to Los Barrios. I think they have it, but it's just not as good. It's just not as good. I remember there was this place across the border called El Principal, means the principal, and in Mexico, and they would have the goat. They would have the goats there at the window and stuff, and you would pick it out, and they'd bring it on the skewer to your table, and they would just start carving it up for you, man. So delicious. Yeah, you don't see that very much anymore. But then again, I haven't made an attempt to try to go down to the border in like years. I probably wouldn't either. I would probably more lean towards going towards inner Mexico, and then even then, I wouldn't even drive. I'd fly. Too dangerous to drive. Man, unbelievable. We got up to this high and then just stalled out. Getting quiet now in the day. Man, it looked like we were gonna go. How? Tell me about it. Aaron, tell me about it, man. I was eyeing some 578 calls on QQQ. They're about 75 cents out the money. It's sitting at like 31 cents right now. That's the planner. I can't buy lunch. Man, don't tell me that, man. I want lunch. Be cutting me off. Don't cut me off. Gotta have my lunch. I don't know. It depends on where you get a gas station hot dog. 7-Eleven's actually got a pretty deep. You know who's got a good little shopette inside is the QT. QT gas stations and Bucky's. QT and Bucky's, that's it. AM PM. We don't have those here. Yeah. Nah, man, like QT, they'll make you a toasted sandwich. They almost have like a little deli inside. It's funny. And well, Bucky's, if y'all haven't been to Bucky's, you're missing out. You need to Google Bucky's. I mean, crazy. They got some fire barbecue. They got these little chop burgers. Oh my God. We should definitely stop talking about food. Yes. They have this toasted bacon ranch sub. It's good. It's good. That's all I'm gonna say. What are those other ones? Oh man, which is the ones I like by the border? Stripes. Stripes has these crummy gas station burritos that I like. Do you need some Cajun in my life? I need some Cajun in my life. I love Cajun food. I love Cajun food. Hmm. Like I can go to yeah, yeah. There's a handful of like Cajun places around us that yeah, I just can't go over there. I just give me all the fried food you can. Go to H Town. Go to BB Tex Orleans. Okay, I will definitely go there. I actually every couple of I go to Houston pretty frequently. I go to Houston pretty frequently. So I will definitely add that. All right, let's look that up on Google Maps. It's so good. All right. Let's see. BB Tex or Houston, Texas. Oh, there's a few of them, huh? Or would I have to, if I wanted to actually get to it and not drive all the way to Houston, what would I have? I'd have to go to the one in Katy. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, I've never seen that. I've never seen that. Oh, yeah, I've never seen that. Houston has a few. Ah, look at that. Look at those mud bugs. Oh man, now you, man, yep, hands down the best. I'm down. I'm down to find out. This looks delicious. Jeez. Now I wish I ordered some Cajun food for lunch. Yeah, there's a couple of places here that you can do that. You can give them your bag, and they'll do the broil bag for you and stuff. All right, I'm gonna add this to save. Want to go list. It's in there. It's like that. I do add. So, like, I have a list of places I want to go eat, like as I travel, or like places that I go, and I'm like, ooh, this is a good restaurant. I'll save it to a list. So I got a list of like places I've been to all across the country and stuff. Rolling Rooster closed. Wow. Yeah. So much for that. Why do I even have that marked on my map? I don't even know. Market just stalled out here, unfortunately. Yeah. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Venezuela food. No, I have not. I don't know anybody Venezuelan to kind of light me up on that one. And keep pushing out now. Popping out. Looks like we're going to get a nice push here. Again, you get it in Miami. It's delicious. All right. I'll have to look that up. I'll have to check out some Venezuela food. Yeah, we're pushing up higher here, team. Look at that. Quite nicely. A beautiful move to the upside now. Holding this level, 765 on NQ. Take a look at gold real quick. Gold is just doing a nice slow grind to the upside as well. Not crypto. Bitcoin kind of stalled out at 112. Man, take a look at ES. Yeah, beautiful expansion in the market here to the upside. Look at that. Just keep doing it. Beautiful on ES. Interesting that NQ is lagging though. Still has a ways to go. I mean, NQ still has plenty of room to go for all-time highs, so let's just see. Think we'll get it for end of day, guys? Straight green stick to 24K. Go, go, go. Well, I got 6 minutes till the top of the hour. It's a really interesting spot that we're at, you know. I mean, we got a lot of room that we could run up to the upside. You know, yes, price discovery, talked about that before. NQ, I mean, you got room until 918. That's my stop. That's my stop on this bad boy. Although we sell, we get back into the range we've been in all morning, so I wouldn't even expect like a no wick all body. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I just yep, starting to push now. Oh, beautiful, beautiful push. Anybody still long? Anybody still long from this morning? Hopefully so. Imagine still being long from when I called it. Oh yeah, Tesla and Nvidia recovering quite nicely. Now I'm gonna step away for just a minute. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, team, I am back. Sorry about that. Grab myself a cup of water with some ice because we got a lot of trading day. Let's go. You'll get your order when it's done. Oh, this guy's going to come in the wrong gate. All right. Let's see if I can help Raul get over here. Dang, this guy's going like the complete opposite way now. Oh man. Hey. Damn general. Hilarious. Hey. Oh, you're funny, bro. Make me laugh. Oh man, come on, dude. All right, Raul's on the move. He's on the move. Looks like he's on his way to the correct gate. Finally. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I just cleared all that stuff. Oh man, that's not it. It's further up to the right, dude. Oh my god. This dude is never gonna show up. Este vato está perdido, chinga, man. Come on, Raul. Oh my god. 777. Hey, 777. You are right, my friend. You are right, my friend. Come on, dude. It's easy to see. It's right on there. Oh god. Finally got it. When did it when did it initially alert? Now I'm interested. Hmm. Wait a minute. That's too far back. 7. All right, that's today. Well, suddenly, finally, he's at the gate. Mm. Oh, was that the Madonna? Is that what that was? The Madonna thing? I'm lost on that one. Are we gonna go or are we gonna stall out here and just dump? I hope this guy has his ID. They're not gonna let him in. I'll send a message. Hey man, they wouldn't let me through the gate.
All right, he's in. Too bad I paper handed. Yeah, no, bro, right? I mean, who would know, man? It was a weak move, though. $7.65 puts are 23 cents. it's, I mean, it's at the money right there. Oh, Raul is at the door. Por fin. Este vato llegó. Chihuahua. All right. He did it. He made it. I don't know how he made it, but he made it. Take his photo. All right, yeah, he took his photo. Let me go get my food. BRB. All right, team, I am back. Hmm. Oh, so Lisa Cook is saying that there was a clerical error on her mortgage application, and it was nothing more. There was no fraud that was committed other than there was a clerical error made. So I guess she has the documents and the paperwork to back that up. General, what's he doing? Oh, look into my crystal ball. All right, so what are we gonna do now? We're at 766 and a quarter, right? Hmm. Are we gonna hold or are we gonna reject? Overall trend has been bullish. Now, hmm. Got 40 minutes till power hour, and the sensational, fabulous Coach Matt's gonna jump in chat with us. So I can't wait for that. I want to hear his take on the market today. So I'm gonna be kind of muting in and out. I'm just kind of enjoying my lunch and stuff real quick. Okay. Sorry about that, team. Yeah, you know what? Let me wrap up my lunch real quick. That way I'm free for power hour. Okay. So I'm just gonna mute out. I'll be right here at my desk though for you all. Got 23,776 is that's kind of our resistance spot here on NQ. Rejected that. So kind of starting to get it's still under the EMA right now. Oh, could short this on our eval. What do you guys think? You think we take a short here on this? See if we can write it down. Let's take a look at the heat map. Let's see what the heat map looks like. There's a lot of red. I mean, really? Google, Apple carrying the market, ABGO. It ain't Nvidia. Tesla's catching a bid. Let's go to Tesla. Hmm.
Well, there you go. We're breaking out now. Dang. Look at that. My dog is over here just kind of like, she'll just like give me a lick on the leg while I'm eating and stuff. It's like salivating, poor thing. No table food for her. The market is breaking out 23,776. This is incredible. What an expansion to the upside. And there's the blue detective calling out 777. Was waiting for NQ to catch it. That's what they're doing. Wow. All right, I ate most of my lunch. I left my other taco there. I'll save it for later on this afternoon. The action is getting just too spicy. I didn't want to step away and leave you guys hanging too long, so I'm sorry about that. All right, we're about 20 minutes from Power Hour team. Exciting. Yeah, it's been an interesting day, you know. Had some had some pretty good moves. Been a slow grind up since the morning sessions, you know, since 11 a.m. going into New York lunch. It's just a slow grind right up the chain. NQ sitting at 23,777 right now. About 13 points above my 4 hour support. That 4 hour support is at 765. I've also got the orb high well below us at 742. And there it is. Look at ES running 6,517 and a quarter. That means that NQ should catch a crazy bounce out of this. There goes NQ starting to attempt a breakout. Are we gonna have an insane power hour? Are we gonna have that kind of power hour, team? We need a $27 power hour. QQQ 579 calls are 9 cents. They're literally like 9 cents right now. QQQ is about $1.50 away from that. It's a tricky trade. Hey, what's up, Smokey the Bear? I think you need some of the badges in the channel so that you get that, Aaron. No, I guess not, man. I mean, I'll give you something. I'll give you a badge. I like you. It's a rough stage here, bro. It's a rough stage, man. I got tomatoes thrown at me today. Yeah, I appreciate you too, bro. I didn't even get a t-shirt, so I don't feel bad. I would, but I'm not Italian. At least throw me some beans or something. You know what? You're right. Salsa. I didn't think about that. My mother-in-law makes a mean salsa. Exactly. Got him.
What's up, Primo? How you doing? ¿Qué pasó, Primo? About 8 minutes away from Power Hour team. Got a resistance spot here on NQ. Can we get above it though? I've got that also on my volumetric chart. You can see that quite well right here. It looks like it wants to go. I mean, I just say that. This thing just looks like it wants to just blast off. Mm-hmm. Got 2 minutes to power hour. What think? You think we're gonna get it? We're right there. It's just like, are you gonna go or not? Oh my goodness, this is just ah. Puts are more expensive right now than calls. And welcome to Power Hour team. Good luck to you guys. This is the last hour of the New York cast session. Don't forget, we've also got Coach Matt's super trading class coming after the cast session. So don't forget to catch that live in Discord for you guys on YouTube as well. All right, team, what do you guys think? We gonna rip it or dip it? I think we're gonna go. That stuff is starting to go. Hopefully rip. Oh, look at that wick on NQ. We're gonna get this. A Google ripping? NQ holding at 23,794.
What's up, Coach Riz?
Hey, Coach Matt, good to see you. How's your day
How you
going?
doing, brother? Oh my
Can't complain.
goodness, are you kidding me? We got a consistent move here on the ES. I'm loving this day right now.
Mm-hmm.
How about yourself?
I am loving it myself too. It's been some great price action from the morning session. You know, Although it has been a slow grind up since coming out of New York lunch.
Well, the last 2 hours been a slow grind, but I'll take a slow grind as long as
Absolutely.
it's in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I really like this breakout on multiple time frames, honestly, and I totally get the slow grind comment. There's no doubt about that. Um, but that 6,500 level was a level I've been against on swing trading, day trading, position trading, you name it. So as long as we're above 6,500 here, like it's a bull on bull conversation for me. How's everybody else doing today, by the way? How's everybody's day? And who's currently long on the NQ or the ES? What's up, Tiffany? How you doing? How about everybody else? How's let old Coach Matt know what you guys are doing. Are you long, short, sitting flat? Doing fantastic, Tiffany. Getting ready for the lab later on today. Right after the close, we're going to be talking system, and we're going to do a little bit of live back testing, just kind of discuss entry techniques. Kind of review a little bit of the ES, NQ, some of the other futures instruments here. So a little bit of since we've done quite a bit of education recently in the lab, I thought it was time to take a step back and do a little application stuff. So getting excited for that. So you're currently long, Tiff. Nice. Riz long, I'm long, Tiff's long. Cindy, today was a good day. Hit my goal this morning. Listen, if you hit your goal in the morning, you got the rest of the afternoon to enjoy your life there, Cindy. Fantastic. Well, I hope that lab's helpful every week. All right, work on our technique. Bring those questions too, Cindy. Like you got a question that you need some help on, and that goes for anybody, Tiffany, Cindy, everybody else. You guys have questions, like bring them. Let's talk about them. Let's work through those things that are impacting you on a day in, day out, week in, week out basis.
Yep. Yeah, that goes for me as well. If you all have questions, y'all can ask me as well. I am more than glad to help in any way I can.
So, Riz, are you just in management mode here? Just letting it play out?
I'm actually waiting right now. Not in a position. I was in a long earlier and I got stopped out in it on a futures trade. I haven't taken an options trade today. I missed my entries on that. But I am waiting.
Yeah.
I am wondering. I'm a little reluctant on the long because of the lack of participation. And being that we're so overextended to the upside with lack of follow through and the lack of fire continuation, kind of makes me want to think of a short. I look at the options chain right now and it looks like if you want to be on the short side, you're going to have to pay a premium for that.
They got puts juiced in this fading bullish uptrend. It's interesting.
Hmm. I mean, not much. I mean, it's 5 cents a con right now is with the differences, but
It's $5.
I am currently long on the ES, and I'm not going to remove that until it closes under the 15-minute 90 EMA. Like when I have an open air breakout, that is part of my system. I don't question it. I don't change it. It won't change ever. And I will let it play out every single, because you catch one 9 rider on a multi-day, that'll make your month.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Wiggle, come to the lab today, Wiggle. I'm going to talk about systems, talk about the things that go into your systems so that we can start working on those things. Because I'm willing to bet, Wiggle, that if you're doing great on paper, there's something that's impacting your decision making as you go live. And I've seen it a lot as an educator who has taught as many people as I have over my career, and specifically taking people who are basic doing paper stuff into the live market. There's sometimes just minor little things that are impacting us. And once you see it, once you fix it, it's smooth sailing after that. And that goes with every aspect of trading, by the way. There's always these little building blocks that you think it's a major deal, you think it's a big time problem, you think like, but it's a minor issue that once you fix, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, smooth sailing here. Come to lab, we'll talk about it, and honestly, like Chris says, like, don't hesitate to reach out to us outside the lab or outside the stream as well.
Yep.
And Wiggle, if and I've given this recommendation to a lot of other people in this stream before, and I hope everybody takes those and runs with it. I would read a book called Prospect Theory. It was written 40 years ago. It's a wonderful mindset book, and it has everything to do with how people handle return versus risk. How people handle if you make $100 versus if you lose $100. And it's all this, it's based on the decision making that we make over money, and how we respond to gains versus losses are different. And in the real environment, Wiggle, what will happen is, like in a paper, you don't have that emotional attachment to money. It's just a matter of the technical side of the equation: return, entry to stop loss, risk, entry to target is your return, what probability, like it's a mathematical equation, anything. But when you go live, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit of a different story. You pass the eval, you get into live, you want to make a lot of money, you want to do great things. And there's all these things that even if you're not consciously thinking about them, they're in the back of your head. They're in your subconscious. And when you understand mindset, you understand that your subconscious is actually more powerful than conscious thought, given the fact that you only use about 3 to 5% of your conscious thought, and you have 95% of unconscious. And so the unconscious thoughts, they stop us from doing the things that we know we need to do, even if we're not consciously aware of it. And then once you become aware of it, it's like, oh, okay, let me fix that. Let me make some modifications. Let me make adjustments, and then move on into the future. And especially if you're saying to me, and I love talking like this when we're just dealing with this consistent trend here, but especially if you're saying, hey, I'm doing great on paper, I'm doing amazing on paper, but I can't trade for my life when I go through the eval or when I go into the live environment. My friend, that's not your skill set. My friend, that's not your entry technique. That's not your stop loss technique. That's not your targeting technique. That's not environment. all of those things would be consistent on paper versus real. That is psychological. That's the emotion. And I constantly reference being a market assassin, right? Being a pinpoint market assassin. You care about price, price, and price. That's you make your decisions over price, you put your stop loss over price, you do targeting over price. But to get there, it's not just, and I'm telling you this from an educator's perspective with 2 decades in the market. It's not just a matter of fixing your technical skill set or your trading skill set. It's a matter of also fixing those hooks that keep you from doing the things you need to do. And that's context, that's emotion, that's psychological. And my friend, context is for kings. And so we need to have that understanding. And so I would highly recommend reading Prospect Theory. It helped me. I know it's helped a lot of other traders out there as well, because it gets into the nitty gritty of how we handle the emotional hurdle of understanding risk versus understanding. Got to master the concepts of money, guys, just as much as you master the concepts of technical analysis, fundamental analysis, or whatever else if you want to be a trader for 10 years, 20 years, the rest of your life, you need to focus on mindset as much as you focus on technique. Maybe not as much. That went a little too far on that one, but you get my point. And by the way, it's really easy to talk about mindset when you just have a consistent trend that doesn't have a lot of decision making in it. Well, and I mean, as a coach, I would say, okay, let's dial in your system first, right? Before you even get into the mindset, let's work on the system aspect of it. Are you is there hypothetically some environment issues? For example, when you're trading in a paper account, or you're trading the same time frames, the same environments that you're trading in a live account. In a live account, are you dealing with economic reports, whereas you weren't doing that in the non-eval process? And so the environment certainly could have something to do with it as well. So I would say 2 things come to mind: is environment and psychological impacts. Yeah, it's a great book. I think you'll like it. I know it did. It was one of those things that really stood out to me when I was learning. I read it a few years into after I started trading, but it was one of those ones that really is like, oh my goodness, I wish I would have read this. Like, yeah, oh yeah, that's how I think. Like, you'll be amazed how much all of us have in common in the mindset. In the mindset, we all have differences technically, but I'm telling you, our DNA is all wired pretty much the same. We all want to make money. We all don't want to lose money. Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up the top of my head. I'll do it right now. Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman. I haven't read it in a while. I think I might go read it again. If there's one book you guys would recommend as a trader, what would that one book be? My one book would be the Jesse Livermore book, the Edwin Levere, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. I have not read Best Loser Wins. I'm hearing it. I from what I see, I would say high recommendation here. Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out. It's gonna be the next book. I love trading with the zone, trading in the zone. In fact, I should have trading. Yeah, I like trading in the zone. Fundamentally, I'm a big fan of the intelligent investor, Benjamin Graham.
Hey, Coach Matt, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother.
Perfect.
Wiggle, I can one up you on that. My buddy, he got so mad from a trade once, he grabbed his monitor and he threw it in a swimming pool. I I love I love to crack a keyboard. That used to be my favorite thing to do. Is just grab the keyboard and just bring your knee up and just be like snack. That's my special skill right there, man. You just pop the knee up and you just grab it and go, bam, and you just snap it right in half.
No, Jesse Livermore's story did not end well. He committed suicide after he lost all his money and he was a drunk.
Oh my goodness.
First, well, Jesse Livermore had wild swings from wealth to bankruptcy, like his whole life. But the 30s were not great for old Jesse. And back to your comment there, Riz. Yeah, I've definitely broke a couple things. um, I keep a stuff one of my daughter's stuffed animals as a therapy moment. Whenever I need, I just either throw it against the wall, squeeze it, something. Nerf football, rubber ball. Just don't keep your golf clubs near your computer.
Yeah, now I got a couple of stress balls I've got here on my desk now.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I've got. That and my glasses. I've got my reading glasses that are all just they're beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty. Well, so much for that upward push.
Now that's a fun conversation. Listing out all the different places you have ever made a trade.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I'm sure it's interesting. Or someone's more right more often than the other. It's probably better that my wife and I don't trade together. She's very competitive.
Is your wife a trader?
No, no, she's a social worker.
or a patient advocate. That's the correct.
That's the better way of saying it.
Yeah, that's the correct term for her. So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm fine being the housewife. I'll cook, you know. I keep the pool clean. I'm halfway there. I'm the cabana boy practically.
I'll be the pool boy.
Yeah, I think we're gonna sell. The one out the money calls are 6 cents on XSP, and the one out the money puts are 17 cents right now. So making you pay the premium for the downside.
My stop loss is at this point 13, 65.13. So you can sell a little bit here, Riz. Any sell that you talk about though gets me stopped out, and I'm fine with that. Like I have no problem getting stopped out after a nice run. Wouldn't mind catching a little bit more momentum, but looks to be 65.20 looks to be like top shelf right now. That looks to be the next level that would be the breakout situation.
Yeah, and we've bounced out the 26 a few hours ago, so this might just be that relief for that next leg up. Should be beautiful. You get that push up.
Yeah, a little bit of
We're s-
hesitation here is not the worst.
Yeah, it's just too bad that we're so far away from the imbalances. The imbalances might give you that push right now, but I don't know if it's the right time, right place.
Yeah.
Do you do a
We've
lot
got
of end of day
17
trading or
minutes.
not really?
Say again?
Do you do a lot of end of day trading?
Like aggressive scalping at the end? No.
Yeah.
No. I don't do it. The only time I do scalping is when we're here hanging out in the power hour. Right now I have a standard day, what I would consider a standard day trade on. So I'm just letting that play out. I've been long ever since the 6,500 breakout from it was right around the lunchtime on the East Coast, 9 a.m. my time. Now, Riz, I will do things in the last hour in front of the close, expecting to hold into the overnight. I will do stuff like that. I'll even carry like a day trade through the overnight. Like one of my favorite trades is called the go to bed trade.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Usually done in the currency market, but
Got Marvell
like
after
the
hours.
say again, brother.
We've got Marvell after hours reporting tonight too. What were you saying?
Oh, I was actually just thinking Marvell here.
Oh, you were thinking about that as
After you
well?
brought him up. Well, I like Marvell. Like I have some history with Marvell, and in the past, outside of their one run last year, they had late like they haven't really performed as well as some other stocks in the space. But I'm always a sucker for a catch up story. And if Marvell can get above $80 on the report, yeah, I do have interest in Marvell. Like that $80 level is a level that was like the before the breakout last year.
Mm-hmm.
That level was like dominant, like between 77, 78, and $80 was a very dominant level all year long last year for Marvell. If you can break above that level, there's there's momentum in my opinion all the way to 100, and it wouldn't be shocking to see Momo catch on fire here. So it's one of those things that I'm looking at later on tonight. Again, my personal rule on earnings is can't touch it 2 days in front, can't touch it 2 days after. Got to let the volatility settle in. But that's the level I'll anchor is between 80 and 82.
Mm-hmm. Does the system kick me out soon? Absolutely not, Tiffany. Nobody's getting kicked out on my watch. Oh, this is a painful close. Uh, yes. Well, What do you mean? Like in futures? Or what specifically do you mean? Oh yeah, Robinhood options. Yeah, if you're in QQQ or SPY. Oh, Blue Sky. Yeah, I think it's after the bell. It's like 15 minutes after the bell, I believe, or so. You get forced liquidated. 45 minutes. Thank you, Ace. Yeah, but also you don't want them closing you out. You don't want them closing you out. You want to make sure that you close out your own position. Just in case, just CYA. Cover your ass. Excuse my French, but just saying. Yeah, liquidity is thin, and if you get forced liquidated, it could be a terrible fill. So, yeah. I mean, unless you're swinging it, I would. You're going for this?
Did you see that precision kiss off the 15-minute 9 EMA to the penny? That pullback.
Mm-hmm.
Legit to the penny.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time for that. We got like 8 minutes till we get the imbalances. What we're gonna do? Yeah,
In the
that
lab after
that's
the close today, guys, we're going to be doing two things. We're going to be talking a little bit about system. Um, what goes into your system, building your system, understanding your time frames, your system, who you are as a trader. A little bit of a mindset conversation. We'll do that at the back half of the lab. In the first of the lab, we're going to kind of review today's pricing and talk about it from an entry and a stop loss perspective. targeting. We'll talk about just kind of do a little bit of, conversation based on today's pricing, how we could have how we could have approached today, knowing what we know now, the decisions we made, stuff like that. So do a little bit of application at the first, then we're going to do some conversations on system, and then at the end, as we always do, if you have questions, we'll save some time at the end of the lab for any questions you guys have.
All right. Last 15. 5 minutes till imbalances.
This is a really
Yes,
good
looks like
setup.
it's ready. You know,
Yeah.
coach? It looks like it's ready to go right now. It's going to stand up on those prior 15-minute candles and just stand up.
Yeah, like this is setup riz that I would add to my position if we had more time. Since we don't, I won't add to my position. But this is a setup where I would. I like this setup.
Mhm. Come on, do it. Send it.
Don't be scared, Bulls.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah, exactly. Just do it. Open the door, kick it open. Let everybody know you're here to play. That's the same time. It's the same time, Tiffany. They'll liquidate you or force close your open positions 45 minutes after. Because
Here
that
we go,
push. Come
Riz.
on, NQ. Come on, ES, do it.
Here we
Send it.
go.
ES pushing 6,521. NQ at 23,795. Above my resistance level. Let's go. Go. Come on, baby. Push it. Come on. Go get it. Yes. If
Come
not,
on,
Tiff,
Bulls. You
don't
know you
forget.
want to catch some momentum.
Mhm. If not, don't forget, Tiff, if you got other questions, you can always open up a ticket within your help box inside the Blue Sky Pro platform. So that opportunity is there as well. If you want to hear direct from the sports staff, just to, CYA. Okay, we're 2 minutes away from those imbalances now. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, but again, you don't want them closing your positions. It's always in your best interest. Yeah, also, I don't really recommend trading after the New York cash session. The volume is probably one of the worst times in my opinion. Pretty manipulated at that time. You got a lot of dark pool orders that happen at that time as well, so you got to be aware of that.
If you trade the overnight sessions, you have to be aware that they are much less liquid. They're prone to random swings, and you have to understand the banking cycle, because the banking cycle is what is going to drive a lot of the movement, and then you get a lot of carry through after that. But I rather enjoy the overnight session, but yeah, I would agree with Riz.
Takes a little bit of time to get used to it. Once you kind of get your head wrapped around it, fairly.
Well, it's because of the lack of liquidity, you can actually get more movement. It takes less to get more movement, but it's prone to randoms. Yeah, I enjoy the overnight. But I would say it's not for everybody. All right. The 6520 got faked out here, Riz. Imbalances
Yeah, I
in.
see that. Projecting a little. Cross both indices. And QN, yes. Getting kind of bought up, though. It's a push back down. Those bears. Well, they just bought that back up. Brought it right back in that range. I'm gonna rip this after close, aren't they? Gonna hold it here. Cook those zero DTEs. Come on, bulls. Send this market. Do it.
Oh, another precision test off that 15-minute 9 EMA. That's
Mm-hmm.
2 candles in a row.
Can't get it below it, so send it. Let's just do this. Let's just do the thing.
Algos are strong there right now.
Mm-hmm. Bulls are in control. Come on, yes, do it. 6,522 testing. And keep pushing now. 23,795 above that prior resistance.
Oh, those good old bulls.
There we go.
By the way, if the last two candles on the 15-minute chart do not prove my thesis of the 15-minute 9 EMA being a wonderful stop loss management technique. Ugh. That was a nice, that tested me a little bit, Riz, but
Yeah.
I'm glad to see it play out. Yeah, it's a technique I use all the time.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Oh, the Bears. Yeah, it's getting shaky here, but Bulls, like every time the Bears push it down, Bulls come right back in.
Mhm. Got 5 minutes left. Anything can happen. Get a nice push.
Like every like they've been trying the last three candles. It gets rejected every time.
QQQ is getting a rejection, though. To be careful.
Yeah, that 800 level, a little sticky. Oh, I'm certainly much more happy right now there, RQ. That test against the 15-minute 9 EMA, I was like, oh, come on. Let's go.
Oh, there's a sell.
Hey, Riz, I'm gonna head over to my lab to get ready, brother.
You got it, Coach. Hey, thank you for stopping in, and you have a great day and have a great class.
You as well. Team, I'll see you in the lab.
And again, to our YouTube viewers, don't forget about Coach Matt's live trading class every Thursday after market close. So you can catch him in there, giving you his market insight each and every single day. So that's a free class offered by us, our team here at Blue Sky, as well as our live stream that you can catch on YouTube Monday through Friday. So don't forget you can catch us, me and the rest of the team here. I'm up, but I'm not happy about the money I gave back. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. It'd be like that some days. I feel you on that, Tiffany. Could have been better. Could have had better performance, but hey, you know what? At least we survived for another day, right? Survive for another day. We get to fight, do this thing one more day till tomorrow, right? And figure this out. So it's all about tomorrow and having the capability to be in the market and participate one more day in it. So don't let that go. It's tough. It ain't easy. Doing this thing is very difficult. Like I say, one of the most difficult, challenging things I've ever done in my life. That's for sure. But I show up every day and I do my work. I do my work. Oh, we all need more work. You know, it's just the nature of the beast. We all try at it, and you know, take the good with the bad. Some days are better than were others, and some days aren't as good. You know. Down to the last 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes, team. Yeah, and for the rest of you guys out there with questions, if you all are wondering, or if you guys have a bad day, this is the day that you start that journal. You take those notes, you put that lot size, time of day you took that trade, you put in the reasons, what led you to make that trade. Then you put in there three things you can do to improve, so that hey, that's where you start making a change and you start documenting all those trades. Be more advanced. I've been showing up through charts since late last year. It's last year in April, literally. And ding, ding, ding. There's your bell. Tiff, it ain't even a year. It ain't even 2 years. It's a couple of years. It takes a couple of years to get it under your belt to get there, to be honest with you. So, you know, I wish I could say it would take a year, but it in some take in some cases takes longer. It took me longer. It took me longer than a year to kind of figure it out. And even that, I still sometimes, I'm kind of there scratching my head like, you know, still not always, sure. Sometimes I'm like on the fence. And that's when I kind of go to paper and I start pulling back and, or I size down on my orders. That way, if I am wrong, it's not as much money. We all feel like we're stuck running in one place. Because you know what? I bet you there's a lot of people that end up more break even than are in profit, you know? And that isn't always a bad thing. That means you're managing your losses at least, and some people don't get that and they get stuck on the other side of it that they got to feel that they need to be doing something. But even then, breaking even, that means you took the trade, you just broke even on it. There ain't nothing wrong with that. It's better than losing money, you know? Because if you're losing money, then you're not managing the trade right, you know? So if you're managing it and you're living to fight another day, there's another opportunity. Hey, thank you, RQ, and everybody else. I know some of you guys are out there jumping into Coach Matt's trading class. So go ahead and go on and handle that. Yeah, it does take a while to get rid of the fake gurus, because there's a lot of people that are just selling stuff. Absolutely. Y'all have a great day. Good luck in the market. Enjoy Coach Matt's trading class. I got a couple of things I got to take care of. I probably would jump in there myself. And thank you, RQ, for pointing out that we've got one more day back due to popular demand. We've got 50 and 200K evals on sale for $100. That's right. Trade of 8 accounts. That's right. If you want a plugged in account that you can trade on TradingView, those accounts are $100. Premium 50K and 200K, as well as our launch plans on sale for 49 and 69, and direct to funded for 20% off. All right, team. I will see you all mañana bright and early. Have a great day and good luck in the market again. I will see you tomorrow.